Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Europa Universalis.
Oh boy, my throat is not in a good position. I barely made it through that intro. Okay then. So, excuse me. So we are going to be making some more attempts on our Offaly run, where we are going to be doing Luck of the Irish as well as Spanish Fly. So our goal here is twofold. We want to take over the British Isles, and we want to basically start breaking up Iberia and turning it into small states that all have our people on the throne so that we can get a personal union on them, hopefully. That's the idea. So, with that being said, I don't know how well the second part of this is going to work. The first part, I feel like we should be able to get done. Dealing with England is something that we should be able to do. We might need to be a bit more careful than we have been in the past if we want to get it done with any consistency, but I think we should be fine. So I did make an attempt just now that I failed while my internet was down. I wasn't able to stream. So I was just sort of puttering around to learn more about sort of the situation that I'm in, etc. And I actually failed an attempt outright. I actually lost a war. So that's like early on. Early on, I lost one of these Irish wars. So that to me is certainly an interesting thing to have happen, and we're going to be more careful about, because obviously I'm just kind of messing around when I'm on my own, just doing my thing. And I was being really overly aggressive, and I have an idea now of what I need in order to ensure that the first war goes very well. And one thing that I need is an alliance chain that will work for me. So, Kildara is setting me as a rival. My guess is that Kildara is going to be always problematic. They do have more development than most people, so they're going to be always causing problems. But we're going to start. I think these two nations are the two that are least likely to get any decent alliance chains going. So I'm going to try these two countries for now for my fabrications, and we will see how the alliance chains pop, and depending on how they go. So Ormond does not have an ally, and neither does Sligo. That's a good sign. So the first set has gone through. They're allied with Ulster, Kildara, Clanricarde, and Munster. Tyrconnell is allied with Brittany, which is a really strange choice. It looks like nobody's allied with either England or with Scotland, which is nice. They are now allied with Sligo. This is actually a really bad thing for me, because a Sligo-Ormond alliance, let's take a look at our general. How good is our general? He's actually really solid. He's solid, which is good, but he only has 2 shock. 2 shock isn't amazing. So what we want to do now is figure out, who do we want to set? Who are you allied with? Ulster. Ulster is a bad ally. All right, we are going to stop building this. We are going to set Kildara as a rival. And we are going to go ahead and set... Who else? I can't set Ulster as a rival yet. I'm going to set Leinster as a rival. Do we want to set Clanricarde as a rival? I should have actually... Do I actually want to restart for that? I actually do, yes. This is silly. Okay, so my previous attempt, I had a much better start than this. This is a silly thing to do. So I have forgotten some of the optimizations that I did on that second run that I did live. And one of the optimizations that I did was I said, hey, why don't I just declare like a day 1 war on somebody that doesn't have an alliance yet? Because I can set someone as a rival, and then use Humiliate Rival on them, and then just take them over. I don't obviously get the territory, but I do get the plus 100 to, and this is very important, I get the plus 100 to my military power, which is very important. So I have a couple of options for how to handle this. Because the other thing that's optimal about doing something like that is that if I do a day one challenge to one of these people, then there's the serious advantage that I'm basically fighting their army and obliterating their army, and then somebody else is going to walk in and take that territory. Someone else is going to declare war on them. And if I can fabricate a claim on them, then I'm all set. I get that claim fabrication on that province, and then the next person takes it. I don't have a truce with that person. I can declare war on them straight up. So I don't think there's any actual disadvantage to doing that outside of losing a little bit of manpower early on that I could have benefited from keeping. Now, unfortunately, I am losing a very good general. That guy had 2 siege, and siege is a very important aspect of generals, particularly early on. I say particularly early on. I don't know that that's even necessarily the case. Early on, generals are nice, but the way that they speed things up is much more subject to RNG than the later generals. So, like, it's very easy for a 2 siege general to get beaten in a siege by someone who has 0 siege, because you're still looking at, like, negative 40-something% when you're sieging down a lot of these places. Whereas later on, if you have cannons and a good general, you can be looking at a positive chance to get a siege right off the bat. So it's important to get it, and there's nothing else you can do to influence your chances at this point, but that the statement that it's more important is not necessarily accurate. Anyway, there is something to be said for the cumulative effect of cannons plus general, because it has accelerating returns. It does not have diminishing returns. It has accelerating returns. But we're popping into Offaly, and we will see how this goes. Let's see here. The other thing is that the second time that I made an attempt while I was offline, I actually got an alliance offer out of England pretty close to right off the bat, which led to some interesting dynamics there. So what we're going to do is we are going to build a spy network in Sligo. We're going to build a spy network in Ormond. And that was a huge mistake. I don't know why I did that. Now I have to wait until the 11th to declare war, but that's fine. Let's see. So we're not going to set a rival quite yet. I'm going to wait until the 1st. Nobody else except an alliance? Nobody else has an alliance yet? Holy shit. I have, like, everybody as an option. Oh, I guess I can't do it until the 12th anyway, right? Did I not do any of the things that I'm supposed to do in month 1? Jesus Christ, come on, people. This is ridiculous. Now, call a diet. Do the sensible thing. Do this. Give me that thing. We do not necessarily want to do this. Do I want to do this? Right, first of all, I'm actually going to set my national focus to admin, I think. I want to get access to national ideas quickly, and we're going to be spending a lot of admin power. The last time I did this, I set it to military, and it wasn't that helpful compared to what it would have been like to have it under that. So we're going to stick to admin, and we now have the ability to choose who we want our rivals to be. And the other thing that I didn't do that I definitely should have done was start up making these guys. And we got an okay, but frankly not very good person. It looks like Tyrone has a military alliance with England now, They have 2 allies, which is good to see. And we are going to stop building a spy network in Sligo for right now because on the 12th we need to declare war on these guys here. Why don't I have Cusses yet? Oh, I didn't set them as a rival. God dang it. I forgot to set them as a rival. Shit. God, I am really bad at this. Okay, so anybody else who's unallied? Thomund has no allies, so I'll set Thomund as a rival. And I might actually take both of them out. I might do 2 humiliate rivals, just one right after another. We'll see. You have an ally immediately, and you have an ally. Tyrconnell and Munster. So I don't have access through Desmond. They presumably do not either. Do I want to go after you? Tyrconnell is all the way over here. I think I do. I'm going to declare on Thomund. Do I want to set Tyrconnell? Oh, can I set Tyrconnell as a rival? I cannot. Damn. I can't set the people as a rival that I want to. That's fine. We'll deal with it later. So, I am going to go ahead. I'm not going to set Tyrconnell as co-belligerent, I don't think. Do I have anything that I need to take from you? So Scotland has a permanent claim over here. Let's do this. So mistakes were made, and oh shit, we lost that. Okay, well we just lost the opening gambit. So, build your troops. Day 1. Get your freaking things set up. Day 1. If not for the fact that I had to deal with an ally there, I would not have gone in that aggressively. I would have declared the war, which gets me into a war with them, but then I wouldn't have actually gone in. I would have just waited in my capital until I built my troop up, and then I would dive then. Because I would build the troop faster than they would. And then I would be flanking them, and then I would win, basically. But I was pushed into a position where I basically had to do dumb things because I'm dumb. You know, no biggie. So, what we're going to do now is do this better. I'm actually going to remember to do the things that I'm supposed to do day 1 and not do some of the things that I'm supposed to do day 1 and then forget about all of the other things that I'm supposed to do day 1 like a dang noob. That's not quite what happened the last time when I failed while I was off stream. But it's pretty close. What happened when I was off stream was I basically declared war on somebody who was directly adjacent to me, so I declared war on somebody whose ally was also directly adjacent to me. And what that led to is having to fight both armies instead of just one. So I was winning the first fight, and then the other army came in. And that's not how I should have handled things. I don't know if there were any actual alliance chains that I could have exploited, because the alliance chains were really nasty that playthrough. But not doing dumb things is going to help us considerably. So we will get this done, and it will be glorious. There will be much death for our enemies. So I do apologize for starting the stream relatively late today. The stream started late because I didn't have an internet connection for most of this morning. So I wasn't able to really do much, just sort of sit back and be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll play Europa Universalis and not be live, because that's a great plan. I actually have a good attempt that I started up there that was going pretty well, and that I ended just because I mean, I was like, okay, well, I've gotten through the opening gambit. None of the information that I'm going to learn at this point was important. And basically, I was allied to England, and I had taken like half of Scotland already. In addition, because the English called me into a war, I was able to get the English to come in on the war with Scotland. So me and England would both have the same treaty time with Scotland. And the great thing about that is if you and England both have the same truce timer, you don't have to worry about England jumping in there and going in without you. So, and I had taken control of everything from Ayrshire to Sutherland. I wasn't able to take Westmarch because the English had it occupied. So I wasn't able to take that for myself, but I didn't have to give it to them either. So that's the good thing there. Now then, we have some things to do. So first thing, call a diet, recruit a minister, grant generalship, and demand military support. And you know what? I am actually going to do this right now because there's no reason not to. And we can do some other business. So let's take a look at our general. How good are you? Terrible. I won't have the penalty for crossing. I will still have the penalty for woods. And as we can take a look over here, as you can see, the value of like the actual infantry for fire is very low, and my cavalry have like no value at all from fire. So the fire phase is not a terribly important phase of the battle for the early game, and so it sucks to get a dude who has a bunch of fire skill. We have aggressive expansion reduction. That's actually super solid. We can set this as national focus. Did we have something else we needed to do? Yes, we do. We have infantry to build, so we're going to build 2 infantry. And by building 2 infantry, we're going to be ensuring that we are flanking on both sides once we are fighting against the 4K stacks. And we can now see how things are looking for us. Interestingly enough, I never get any alliance offers at the start. I don't think I've ever gotten anyone sending me an alliance offer. They always have someone that they'd rather send an alliance offer to off the bat. Not that I would accept those alliance offers, but it's just funny. Do I want to increase my stability before I start going into fights? National tax modifier. Institution spread. Because war exhaustion increases the cost, so. This would cost me 4 ducats. I'm going to do this, actually. Keeping them happy with me gives me a pretty sizable bonus to the papacy influence. So, like right here, I'm doubling it. So that makes perfect sense. I'd actually like, and I need to start doing this, I need to start getting peeps up. Do I want... I can't declare war until the 12th, so I'm going to do the same thing that I did last time, which is start building a spy network here and here. And we are going to choose our rivals based on what happens by the 30th. I'm going to set Ormond as a rival. Alliance offer from England! I forgot. That's the only person who's ever sent me an alliance offer is actually England itself. So England getting an alliance with me is useful, but it can be dangerous depending on how things go. So I have an alliance with England. That's all great. And what are we going to do now? We are going to... get a disciplined guy. That seems like a great idea when I have no money. And we need to set our rivals. So we're going to set Ormond as a rival because we kind of need to set Ormond as a rival. We are going to look at you. This is a good nation to set as a rival because they have a bad alliance chain. So we're going to set Sligo as a rival. We're going to stop fabricating a claimant. Oh, no, we don't need to stop this, but we are going to stop it anyway temporarily. So we're going to stop that for now. And we are going to do nothing else for now. Fine. Anybody else who... Oh, right. Do I have any other rivals that I want to set? Anybody who... Thomond also has no allies, so we are going to set Thomond as a rival as well. By setting Thomond as a rival, we are ensuring that if either of them fails to get an ally before the 12th, then we have the ability to declare on them. So it looks like we'll have the ability... I guess it's the 11th, not the 12th, but whatever. Drop speed. We're declaring on Thomond. We have the Humiliate Rival Casus Belli. We are going to declare the war, and now we're just going to sit on it temporarily. Because we have no reason to dive a guy with that level of power by ourselves. We're going to wait for this army to come, get a royal marriage offer, Anne is our new queen, and it looks like Tyrone is now allied. Now, it's important that we break their alliances because we do not want... Okay, they're going to start building a dude. He's going to be arriving in a few months. I don't want to arrive on the 20th. I want to arrive a little later than that. So we're going to... Do I want to arrive on the 1st? I might want to just arrive on the 1st. That might be the most sensible way to do it. Or the 2nd, I guess. I'm going to arrive on the 2nd. Okay, so 2 more days. Done. So we're going to arrive on the 2nd, which means that our morale will be a little bit higher before we get in there. And we should win this comfortably. We do have the flank, and the flank is cavalry, which means that our cavalry is going to be cavalry flanking ability plus 50%. Wait, did we wipe their army? Their army got wiped? Oh, great. So that saves a lot of manpower, actually. So we've lost 1,700 manpower, and now we can start getting other stuff going. So we do want... We can't get the claim fabrication on them, unfortunately. And we need to get a claim on... Who's your ally? Clan Ricard. So with Clan Ricard being their ally, they're an okay enemy to go in after. And we'll see how this goes. Okay. Next month, we're going to take you out. Aha! So England has given us subsidies. Wait, what? Country without secured succession is a country in peril, not waiting for a royal heir of their own making. And Kalbach has appointed a relative from England as the designated heir. Oh my god, this guy's terrible, though. Can I get rid of him? He's so bad. Ugh. It's just disgusting. Do not want. That's fine. So, we're going to, unfortunately, not be able to get the Humiliate out, but what would be nice is an alliance chain between 2 of our rivals. Do I have a full set of rivals? Yes, I do. So Thomond, we've got set as a rival, and we've got the other 2 as well. So we need to choose who we're... I guess we're going to go after these guys next. So we're going to go after Sligo next, and at some point we'll be able to get this going. So we're just going to do a Humiliate Rival on these guys. And we will still have basically a full complement of soldiers available. I don't need this army here, actually. I was thinking I needed to keep them here, but I don't, because it's not necessary. Do I want to lose some money? Yes, I do. So by compensating the traders, I'm giving them more influence. They need to have 40 influence to be able to do this, though. So granting them monopoly charters will not do what I'd like it to do. But it will allow me to do this, because they need to have 25 influence. So I'd like to be able to just sort of skyrocket them up. That's not going to happen, but it's okay. It doesn't need to happen. So do we have any centers of trade? We do. Cork is a center of trade. So we want Tyrone, which means that we'd have to go after Munster. Oh, that's not great. Munster is a bad nation to be going after. Because they have that fort. And that fort is going to make it very expensive to take them out. So we're just kind of waiting on this siege. And we've got this claim now. And I have enough troops to siege both of these simultaneously. So, but there's 3 nations. There's 3 to siege if I declare on them, so it doesn't make much sense to do that. So we're already doing this. Ulster and Desmond. Do I want to fabricate a claim on Thomond? I'm going to wait for now. I don't want to keep all these troops here because even though there is the possibility of a disease outbreak happening and slowing me down by like the amount of time it takes for me to get here, at the same time, having these guys here, they're just suffering attrition for no reason, and I'd rather try to gain as much of my power as possible. I do not have anybody fabricating a claim. I'm going to go ahead and build a spy network over in Tyrone. My hope is that I can actually vassalize Sligo. No, I can't vassalize Sligo. I have to actually. So this is an alliance chain that I'm familiar with. So if I go after Sligo next, then I have to annex Sligo, and I will vassalize them. So that's actually really expensive. It's more expensive than I expected it to be. So Ulster is allied with Kildare. The key is that I need to get, hopefully before they get the vassalization out, because the vassalization would be unfortunate for me, but I need to get a declaration onto one of Tyrone's allies, because then I can annex Tyrone. And if I can just annex Tyrone outright, that'll help me quite a bit. That basically eliminates them as an ally to England, and because I'm declaring on an ally, not on them, England does not have the ability to defend them. Okay, so we have won this. Seriously, was that my king? No, it was the okay. So the heir has at least one useful characteristic, which is that they are strict, and that is a useful characteristic. Unfortunately, nobody seems to be attacking Thomond right now while they're weak, even though they don't have any allies. So we could just sit on this for a little while until somebody else declares war on them, and that might be my best bet. Leinster, do you have any other allies? No. So I can set Leinster as a co-belligerent. That'll reduce the cost of doing what I want to them. We are going to go ahead and do conquest. We are going to set Leinster as co-belligerent, confirm this, and Leinster will not be able to immediately help because we do not have military access here. So they have to first get military access, then they can start moving. They don't have enough time to actually get here. So we've taken that fight. Do we want to siege this down and then deal with their army? Or do we want to do something else? I think we are going to... They don't have military access. Are they building? If they start building troops, then I'll want to go in, right? If they don't start building troops, then I don't really have any reason to go in. So we're just going to split this army in half. and take some of them out. Now what's going to happen here, almost certainly, is that because I'm bringing some troops out, they're going to say, oh, there's an army we can fight. Okay, good. So Clan Ricard has declared war on Thomond. So we have a couple options. The first is the most appropriate, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to basically start fabricating a claim on Thomond, and then we're going to peace out with Thomond, and then the second we peace out with Thomond, we're going to fabricate a claim on their province. What's going to happen then is we will have a claim here, and these guys will take the province, and then we'll just annex Clan Ricard. So Clan Ricard has what as their alliance chain? They are allied with Ormond. Okay, perfect. And both of them are... I thought that was like an offer from France. I'm like, what? France wants to talk to me? Ooh. What do they have to say? Are they talking about me? And let's see. We're just going to move this army over here because we don't have any reason to leave them there. And again, we're just kind of... There we go. So Leinster has decided that it's in their best interest to get military access through this province. And the reason that they've decided that is because my armies look squishy. Probably this army, but they're not willing to move because this army exists and it's right next to it. So either way, we should be fine. We're just going to continue fabricating up our claims. We should be able, with this setup, to get our vassal done right now. So that'll give us the access to one vassal, and then once we have that, we will. Do we want to show strength again? We're going to be taking a vassal. We're going to be annexing all of this. So the question is, do we want to do a show strength war as well? The one issue is that we're not actually eliminating our aggressive expansion as quickly as I'd like to. But now that I think about it, with the amount of aggressive expansion that we're going to obtain, it's not a huge problem. Oh, good, we got a natural 20. A natural 14. That's good. So that will speed things up considerably. Let's see, what else is going on here? Okay, we're going to go ahead and fabricate on you. And who else do we need to fabricate on? We're going to need to fabricate on Clan Ricard, and we're going to need to do that as soon as we take control of this, so we have, as soon as this war is over, we're set there. So Ormond has a claim here, Leinster has a claim here. I can use Kildara's claim, I can use Leinster's claim on Kildara if I need to. I would prefer not to, but it's an option if we need to. You always want to have as many options as you can. You know your role on a siege. If you don't have any cannons and you don't have a general who has anything good, if you get a wall break, you know you got a 14 because that's how you get a 14. Or sorry, that's the only way to get a wall break. A wall breach is if you roll a natural 14. If you roll a 0, I think it's a 0, it's either a 0 or a 1, you get a disease outbreak. And that's the case regardless of what the percentage is at, regardless of anything else. A natural 20 and a natural... Really? There's a boundary dispute with our ally? Okay, that's fine. I'd rather take that than the stability hit. It's minus 30 to their affection for me, but I don't really care. As long as they don't actually break the alliance, it doesn't make a difference. And do we have a royal marriage with you? That's actually very important. We have the royal marriage already. Perfect. But generally speaking, you can actually calculate out what your role is. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and show this because it will explain things. But if you look here, you can basically see that you get, where are the, does it not? There we go. So you can see you have it's 1 to 14, not 0 to 14. So if you roll a 1, you get a disease outbreak. On a 14, you're going to get they're either going to surrender, or they're going to get a outbreak. Or sorry, they're going to get a wall breach. What's interesting about this is that it actually doesn't explain the wall breach on this tooltip, which explains why people don't necessarily know about that. But yeah, that's how you get a wall breach. It's by getting a critical hit. Hello, friend. Well, it's a good thing I started paying attention right as they were diving onto me. So they're going to head into my capital, and they're going to start sieging. And now is actually the perfect time for them to be doing that, because I'm about to win this siege, and I could drop off of this siege in order to protect my capital, but we win the siege immediately, and they have a penalty because they are the attackers here. So we pop in, we obliterate that army, and by that I mean literally, and it looks like they're at war with somebody else. That's a problem. So Kildara has attacked them. They're allied with Ulster and Desmond. I didn't want I shouldn't have done it this way. Mistakes were made. Okay, so what that means is that we're not going to be able to take Leinster this way. We're not going to be able to take them as a vassal. So, since we're not going to take them as a vassal, what does that mean for us? Let's see. First of all, we cannot fabricate this claim because we are at war. So we are going to wait until this tick. And then we are going to stop building a spy network. And we are going to instead sue for peace and show strength. So that's a plus 100 to all of our stuff, and it puts us above the 50 threshold. That's also good. Now, we can immediately just fabricate a claim here. And they are still at war with Clan Ricard, who I will be able to declare on once I take this. Do I want to vassalize Sligo with my current situation? That's a serious question that has a serious answer, and I don't know what the answer to that is. Do I want to vassalize you, or do I want to just take this? I think I just want to take this. I don't think I want to vassalize Sligo. There are advantages to vassalizing Sligo. Doing a vassalization in this first war might actually be useful. Maybe I should do that. Do I want to vassalize you? I think I do. I'm going to vassalize them. I'm going to steal some money. And we will... This will give me some prestige, right? Yes. So the more shit that I do here, the more prestige I get. So we might as well. So we're just going to have them give up claims in... No. We can give up the claims in Tyrone because I already have my own claim there. They are not willing to accept this. I am just going to do this now because it gets me out of war and gets things under control. So we do not have the ability to humiliate rival on Sligo anymore because they are no longer a rival. They are now my minion. Instead, we are going to be looking at setting... I could set Kildara as a rival. That seems like a really terrible idea. I actually need to go AFK, so I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So, who do we want as a rival? We don't want Leinster as a rival. That's a silly rival. Tyrone, we're not declaring war directly onto. Clan Ricard, we are going to be taking territory from. So they make a good degree of sense. Let's do it. So Clan Ricard is allied with Ormond. So I do have that situation of the dual alliance thing going on there. And actually, this is interesting, I'm not going to be able to get a claim here. So, since I can't get a claim there, I don't need this spy network anymore. I can't claim that because I had to take this way. So, who else can we get a claim on? We've got a claim here. We've got a claim here. Do we have anybody else that we need to get a claim on? Yes, I guess we need a claim on Kildara. So they're allied with Ulster and Desmond. Ormond is allied with Clan Ricard. So it's going to be this nastiness here. And is that the next group I'm going after? Tyrconnell is allied with Scotland, so we definitely aren't going after them quite yet. Okay, so yeah, we're going to start improving our relations over here. And we're going to actually send someone to the Papal State to start improving our relations with them. There's no reason not to have good relations with the Pope as a Catholic. Let's see. It would be nice to get into an engagement with these guys, but these guys are probably going to get vassalized before I get the opportunity. That would be my guess. We're not going to take that humiliate rival, Casus Belli. We're not going to use that. We should be able to start influencing you now. 21 first. Interesting. So, England and France are now at war. And that's very good. The last couple times that hasn't actually happened, so the last couple times it's been gone the other direction. There are advantages to them starting out with peace because the French are going to take a lot in this war, but it's fine. Let's take a look here. We got I don't have to do anything with them. I can just keep improving my relations. Once I improve my relations enough, they should get brought to heel. Oh, right, there is the malevolence issue. That's fine. That's all fine. We're waiting on this right now, I think. Okay, so this will pull us in against Clan Ricard and Ormond. And do we have... Yes, we do. We have enough to build one more. Do we want to build another infantry? I think we probably should. Yes, I think with 7, we'll have everyone... Are we... No, will we? I'll have to look at how the stuff is handled. The way that it populates the fronts is very weird. So it looks like they're moving troops to here, which is a little strange, considering they're currently at war with France. Ooh. Sure. So that'll piss off everybody, but that's fine. That'll start wearing away before we have to worry too much about it. Do we want to stop this? Can we even... I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's likely that they're going to be just pissing off on their ally, but yeah. They actually have a significant amount of war exhaustion. It's too bad I can't humiliate Ormond without not annexing them. It's too bad I can't annex them and humiliate them at the same time, you know? Looks like England is sending troops over to France to get basically annihilated. So we're just waiting now on the ability to make this war declaration. And we are going to put these troops over here. I assume that these guys are going to move over to their capital. That's not a guarantee, but I think that they probably will. Looks like they will not. Okay then, if they're not going to move to their capital, that changes the dynamic a bit. So how disloyal are you at 56%? Do I want to placate local rulers? You know what? I'm just going to do it. We're just going to placate local rulers, and we're going to set them to attach. And we are going to make the war declaration now. And we're going to take the capital. Ormond, you don't have any other allies, right? Correct. So, making the declaration, and we're going to basically just dive their capital. Since they're not protecting their capital, we might as well. And these guys are not syncing up to me, despite the fact, I guess, that they're still confused and thinking that they are disloyal. Yeah, they still think that they're disloyal, but they're not. We just need to wait for them to figure out that they are actually my loyal vassals, not my disloyal vassals. So now they should hypothetically start syncing up, but maybe not. Ooh, we got a wall breach! Very nice. Okay, so we got a wall breach off the bat. That means that this fight is actually in a really good position. And let's see here. I'm actually going to set you guys to siege. Let's see if they actually do it. Oh, I don't have these guys set to attachable. No wonder. I'm an idiot. Okay, so we're gonna basically detach siege. We're gonna no, we don't want to detach siege. We want to detach one dude. This guy is going to be attachable. This army will not be attachable. Do I want to do that? Do I want to send 6,000 troops over here? No, not necessarily. Okay, fine. We're going to allow them to attach. We're going to leave, I guess, just one guy here to defend this siege. And then do we want to dive? If we dive here, there's the risk that they go after the one guy who's here is the problem. Okay, that's fine. So I think we're just going to allow this. They are sieging our capital, which is not fun, but I'd much rather ensure that the siege goes properly than worry about it. So what's going to happen here is we are going to take control of both of these provinces. We are going to give one to our vassal. So we're going to give this to Sligo. And we are going to keep the other for ourselves. We have 10,000 troops now, which is enough that we can very conveniently do this. Unfortunately, this is a significant issue. We have them at a pretty high rate now. If they get a status quo, that's good. They're at 0%. If they get this even slightly higher, then we are going to have to actually dive them. And so hopefully this ticks. It probably won't, but hey, it ticked. Perfect. So now we can just dive their army here, and hopefully they'll stay here long enough that we can just move in, and they are. These guys are going to come to help, but they're not going to be able to do anything really. This is a foregone conclusion at this point. We have more troops. They're on the offensive. We are going to invest in a new technology. Interestingly enough, we do not have the ability to get our military tech up yet, which is a little strange. Not sure how we got to. Oh right, yeah, Diplo. I guess we have a really good Diplo leader. And we pop in here, we take these guys out, and now we are going to be able to sit on both of these provinces. We are going to take you and move you over here so that you can make sure that the whole place is carpet sieged. And now there's nothing that anyone can do to interfere with us. Interesting, Desmond is the one that took this, not Kildara. So Desmond is allied with Kildara, you're allied with Ulster and Desmond. So, do we have any claims on you? We do not. Are we going to get claims on you for free? I think we actually will. So, is Desmond a... No. So Ormond is going to cease to exist, and Clanricarde is going to cease to exist. So... Okay, so they've declared war on Ormond, and that's perfectly fine because Ormond is going to cease to exist. I'm not going to have to worry about that at all. And anything else that I want to do? We're just going to keep improving our relations with Sligo for right now. And at some point, we're probably going to want to annex them rather than keep them as a vassal indefinitely. But it's going to be a while because that'll rely on us getting more benefit out of them that way. I think we're probably going to give them like maybe 4 provinces total. We're actually going to give them a pretty sizable chunk of Ireland, and that should work well for us. Let me get these guys out of here. We don't need them sitting here taking attrition damage. Okay, so once we've fully annexed these guys, we can then set a new rival, which will be good. We can set probably Desmond as a rival. So why is it that this isn't ready yet? Oh, somebody else got the Diplotech before we did. Holy crap. That was really fast. Alright, so we can now just fully annex. And let's stop our relations improvement over here. One of the nice things is that I don't have to worry about any aggressive expansion with England because they're my ally. And allies get a substantial reduction to their aggressive expansion modifiers. Anything else that I want them to do? Can't make them do anything else because they're not going to exist after this. Interestingly enough, I'm not going to have enough admin power to core everything immediately, but that's fine. So we're going to take this, we're going to get some power projection, which will keep us above 50, we're going to get some prestige, and we are going to have them off the map. Anything else that I want to do before then? I guess probably not. So, oop. I think that this will allow us to get claims on... Yep. So this gives us claims on everyone over here. And that's very nice. So we're going to core these 2 provinces. And I had forgotten this, but we were actually planning on granting Sligo Connaughta anyway. So the fact that we don't have enough to core all 3 doesn't actually matter. We no longer have any rivals. We're going to set Tyrconnell as a rival. We're going to set Kildara as a rival. And Tyrconnell as a rival. So Tyrconnell, you're allied with Scotland. And we can deal with you later. For now, who do we want to go after? So if we declare on Kildara, we're going to have Ulster and Desmond pulled in. If we declare just on Desmond instead, then we don't get Ulster pulled in. Do we want Ulster pulled in? No, not really, because we actually have a permanent claim on Ulster. So there's no real reason to want that. So instead, since Desmond has so conveniently set us as a rival, we're going to go ahead and declare war on them. Do I need a thinger here? I do not. We can stop building this and send someone over to say hi to the Pope. Sup, Pope. And we can... do we want to declare now, or do we want to declare in December? I think we want to declare in time to reach. So it takes 5 days, so we are going to declare in a few days. Okay, well, are there only 30 days there? All right, so we got all these things available to us and all that. That's all great. And it's now going to be the first, which will give us access. We do not want to set Kildara as co-belligerent. We're just going to annex them anyway. It's going to be fine. So we're going to arrive on the 3rd. Okay. Whoops. Mistakes were made. Very significant mistakes were made, but it's fine. We do not have Pike Square. I should have waited another month, but it's fine. These guys are locked into coming at us with a smaller army. We're going to wipe them out with a much, much smaller army. So we wiped them out, and we actually did, in fact, wipe them. We didn't get... This is amazing. I don't know how we're doing this well, but we are, so that's great. We're going to pop over here. We have actually managed to wipe every single one of these armies rather than, like, fight them and, you know, take out their morale but not actually get a full wipe. So we're going to pop over here, and done. We have now prevented any of these guys from being able to build any more troops. The war is officially over. We're just waiting. Well, okay, the war is unofficially over. And we are now just waiting for all the sieges. So these guys are going to come over here, so we're going to finish that siege, and we've got these guys over here. So we've got all of this going, and we are going to expand. Lovely, lovely. We will try to improve the situation. We have lost the humiliate rival Casas Blee against somebody. And now we're in a position where we're going to be going after Tyrone. So do we want to humiliate them? No, we want to annex them. So the key here is the second we declare war on Munster, we don't have to worry about Tyrone being turned into a vassal anymore. So it could happen really quickly. If it happens really quickly, then that's going to be unfortunate. But right now, because of the fact that England is an ally of mine, I only have 10 aggressive expansion with them. They don't care about anything that I'm doing over here. So I can actually declare these wars without even setting a co-belligerent. And Tyrone's now at war. Perfect. They're declaring war on Ulster, and that is very useful. Because if they do manage to conquer Ulster, then basically I'm in perfect shape. And if they don't manage to conquer Ulster, then I'm in less perfect shape. One thing that I could do if I wanted to be a total dick about it, Ulster has a claim on this province. So if I were to actually declare on Tyrone, I can't declare on Tyrone. Okay. But if I was able to do humiliate rival on Tyrone, then Tyrone would lose all of its territory in the other war, and then I just declare on Ulster. Because that's the kind of stuff that occurs to me. That is how I like to roll. But it's fine. Since they are busy up here, they're not going to immediately be coming near me. And so we will be able to declare on Munster. We'll basically go wipe this army out. And then once we've wiped this army out, we can then send the whole army back up here to Tyrone, and we will be able to annex Tyrone. Now, maybe Tyrone will have actually annexed Ulster already. If Tyrone has already annexed Ulster, then that works out really, really good for us, because then we basically get to take both of those for the price of one war, instead of having to fight two separate armies for it. So, I'm not quite ready to declare yet. There are... Am I, though? I have concerns about waiting. We have 6,000 troops here, which means that we will already be flanking. Do I want to just do the declaration now? I think I probably should. I don't want to wait, because if I wait, there's the possibility that they get Pike Square. That said, I just realized that this guy is up here, and he has the general up here. That said, the general does have 0 shock. So he's not actually going to help that much. You know what? Screw it. We're going to do this. It's going to be fine. So we're going to declare war. The general is not as important as Pike Square is. The Pike Square advantage is huge. So just going in here and wiping this army now instead of risking them getting Pike Square available is probably for the best. That said, we need to just leave one army behind so that they can't rebuild. And now, unfortunately, they've stopped their subsidies. Why have they stopped their subsidies? Okay, these guys are actually going to come up here. They might actually get there first, but probably not. They will not. That's fine. We're going to get there before the 30th, though. Okay, so we're going to pop up here, and we're going to basically just sit on this capital and sit on the other capital. So we are going to send 2 troops over here. We now have the numerical advantage. Wait, these guys are attacking me? Okay. We have the numerical advantage. I'm not sure why they are attacking. Did they get Pike Square or something? They don't have Pike Square. This is much more even than I would have expected it to be. So these guys fought and failed, so now it's time to finish them off. And for whatever reason, it did not I don't actually know what the mechanics are on that. Sometimes, if an army has 0 morale when you arrive, then it just breaks the army instantly, and sometimes it doesn't. And I'm not entirely sure what the governing attribute of that is. I don't know what causes it to do one or the other. I guess it probably has to do with like how much damage you do on day 1. Like that day 1 roll might matter, maybe. I couldn't really tell you. But what I can tell you is we've won this war completely, and we can fully annex both of these nations. That will cause a coalition to form, except it won't because there's nobody to actually join the coalition. And let's see here. Desmond, Kildara, Munster, and Tyrone. Interestingly enough, those are all people that I'm either already at war with, and it'll take 187 to make all ceded provinces cores. I guess because this is already a state. So that's fine. We're going to go ahead and do this. Do we want to do it now? Yeah, let's do it now. Okay, so this is going to cost a ton. And we're going to take quite a bit on several of these. Can I grant... I can't grant like into them, can I? Because I could give them Cork. Oh, I can't grant them anything because I'm at war. Okay, so we'll just core all of this then. We'll start with these 2, and then we'll do Kildare next. Because I can currently increase my autonomy here without getting myself to 100% autonomy. I can't do that in the others. Okay, so what we're doing here is actually interesting because it's going to very heavily mitigate the influence that England has in the Irish Peninsula, because they currently have me as an ally. They're allied to me. They can't actually, attack me. even if they did break the alliance, they still have a royal marriage with me. So since they still have a royal marriage with me, they're really not going to have an easy time doing that. So they'll get a new ruler soonish, and the hope. Oh, right, I needed more people than this. I don't know why I brought these guys over here. That was silly. That was silly of me. So, how are we doing on manpower? We're pretty decent on manpower. Scotland is not going to attack me because that would be a really, really terrible move for them. Scotland attacking me would just be a dumb, dumb idea. And one thing that I might be able to do, if I can get enough claims on Scotland, I might be able to call England in to a war against Scotland. That's interesting. So Burgundy declared war on England. I feel like that's a terrible idea for them. So this is probably going to go fine. And I'm not really going to be that concerned about it. I don't have a navy, and the English navy is the superior navy. Burgundy isn't going to have much of a navy at all, I don't think. So even the combined fleets probably won't be terribly relevant. Oh, right, we have Castile on our side too? Yeah, no, there's no question. This is just going to be a joke. So we should be fine. The only issue is that we're not going to be peeling off our aggressive expansion, but that's okay. So we can now move these guys down here. So everyone is going to be able to pop in here, and since everyone will be in there, we will be able to actually start sieging this province. So the Renaissance just popped. Do we have any tech that we're getting now? Not yet. So am I going to be getting the Renaissance before I tech? We don't have a lot of reason to develop my military tech right now, since we have... do I want to get you out of here? I'm just going to move you. I have a permanent claim here, so we already have someone in Scotland. I think I'm going to send someone to England to start improving my relations with them. Because at some point they're going to say, wait a second. Like, let's take a look at England right now. England has Scotland set as their primary thing that they are looking for, but they also have all this territory in Burgundy and stuff like that that they want. So I guess we're going to have to see... We lost somebody. Let's see. We'll stop them because we can, and we are going to keep going. We can now make this core, and we are all set. So we're coring everything. This war will have basically secured us all of this territory. We can declare war on Tyrconnell. They are allied with Scotland. And what we can do is if we can just get control of Westmarch, that'll be a huge impact. So what we want optimally is we're not going to get any favors out of this war. This war against Burgundy, no, but there's nothing. There's nothing that I can do. I can't get involved in the war in any meaningful way. So I'm not going to get any favors out of that. But I can possibly offer... Do I want to do that? I don't think that's a great idea. I don't think that offering territory to England is necessarily a good idea in this war against Scotland. How long does it take for us to... get sure. -2 national unrest for the entire time that I'm alive is probably worth that. Do I want to get rid of this person? I think I do. I'm going to lose my prestige, but there's no reason whatsoever that I would want to have a 0-1 whatever person as my heir. He's just terrible. So we just need to get rid of him. So we can actually fabricate a claim on the Isles. We don't have a lot of reason to do so, considering it's just a 1-1-1 province. So we're going to basically be spending a lot right now on getting ourselves to a good position. So the question is, what position do we want to be in? It's been 8 years, and we are currently working on the war right before the final war. We have one more war for the rest of Ireland before we're done completely there. Now the key here is that I don't necessarily want... Okay, I need this claim on Westmarch. Declaring war straight up on Scotland is not necessarily a great idea. France will not help them, actually. So Pomerania will. Pomerania has no reason not to. And Pomerania does have a navy. So I could hypothetically declare straight up on Scotland. France is sitting on a huge amount of war exhaustion, and they're in debt. So France is not going to help them if I go in against them. With that being the case, if I were to basically promise land to England and then just renege on that and not give them anything, then I could potentially get some huge value out of that. So we are currently in a war together with these guys, and we might be able... Oh, shit. We might be able to get a royal marriage. If we can get a royal marriage with Castile, we'll be able to start up this process. So we're going to do this. Shit. Well, that's going to tank our ability to do this. So we're going to wait a bit before we, go in on that. But getting a royal marriage with Castile wouldn't be bad. Getting a royal marriage with them would potentially allow us to peacefully get our thing on the throne. If we did get it that way, that would be really sad. That's not how I want this to go. So... currently at war with Burgundy. So Denmark has too many diplomatic relations already. Denmark's going to be a tough sell to get an alliance to, I think. I can already get a royal marriage with them, is the thing. -50. Let's see. But yeah, if I get a royal marriage with them, that gives a pretty huge bonus to your possibility of getting an alliance. So we might want to just do this. Okay, we're going to stop our relations improvement for now, I think. Never mind. We're going to keep up the relations improvement. We're going to send the royal marriage offer. You know what? We are going to send it now. It's fine. We'd only have 2 of our relations set up, so get a royal marriage, and let's take a look at this now. It's now got plus 36, and we might be able to improve that. Looks like Castile is getting a little bit wrecked right now. So that might be part of why they're willing to do that. I could offer an alliance to you, and you are very likely to accept. So we're going to start improving our relations with Brittany first. Getting an alliance with Brittany would be helpful, and if I can get Brittany and Castile to protect me against England in the immediate term, then when I go in against England later, it won't be as big a deal. You guys seriously need to. Okay, thank you. It's like you guys seriously need to get this fight over with, and we can stop our relations improvement here so that we can just peace out. We have no diplomats to send. I thought I waited enough time, but I did not. And do this. So we are fully annexing them. We are taking all the money, all nothing of it, and we are doing what else? I'm going to get some aggressive expansion. Scotland is pissed off. Munster and Tyrone are pissed off, and neither of them exist, so I don't have to care. And anything else that I need to do? Nope. Boop. Alright. And unfortunately, I am still at war. So because I'm still at war, I'm not going to be able to do what I'd like to do. Because what I'd like to do is just give this province to my vassal. But I think what we're going to do is we're just going to delete the fort. I don't need it. And maybe we'll just take some territory from Scotland and give that territory to Sligo. That might be an option. We might also just annex Sligo. That is probably more sensible. So we need to take... So we'll core both of these. Innovativeness is decreasing. Well, I'm actually surprised that my stuff is far enough behind that my innovativeness would be decreasing. Okay, we'll just make sure he's out of the loop. It's fine. Okay, we have no increase but no decrease to our monthly war exhaustion, so... And France has taken all this territory, so England lost that war, but the next war is going substantially better. So France is now willing to join. Their war exhaustion is substantially lower now. Which means we're basically stuck. Let's take a look at you. We have 3 favors. Oh! Heck yeah! Let's do it! Fianola, why not? Why not? That sounds like a good name. And you, we need... I guess we don't need it yet. We need to wait another month. We're not going to be declaring war directly on Scotland because it's just not going to work out that for us. So instead, we're going to be declaring war on Tyrconnell. Now the question becomes, how well can we handle the Scottish army on its own? So Scotland on its own is 17,000 troops. We are unfortunately not going to be getting any favors out of this war, because how would we get any favors out of it? We don't have any way of getting troops over there. I could potentially build some transports just to send like a soldier over there, but I don't know that it's necessarily a great idea. And it looks like this war is going to go fine for us. I don't anticipate like losing this war considering how well it's going for us already. But they are going to take Calais, and that's going to change the war score dramatically. But yeah, I don't anticipate it changing that dramatically. So you still don't have Pike Square? Wow. You don't have Pike Square either? Oh man, you guys are just tempting me. The temptation is real. Do I want to just keep building infantry? Scotland has announced us as a rival. I'm actually going to start improving my relations with Sligo again. Our general will no longer serve us, which is unfortunate. And they did take Calais, but it hasn't really changed the war effort in any meaningful way. So, what else do we need? Oh no, I'm out of power projection. So do I have any rivals? I do not have a rival. So, unfortunately, I can't set a rival right now. It would be nice actually to just take West March. That's interesting. This is actually a mothballed fort. I mean, it doesn't help me any. I have a weaker army than Scotland, so I'm not going to be able to go in on that. Even though I have the Pike Square advantage, it's not a 50% difference in troop number advantage. It's not that big. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do that. Though, you know, if I had 13,000 troops here, 13,000 versus 17,000 that don't have Pike Square, you know, I mean, it's a bit more even, you know. I'm not going to say that it's a good idea to do it or anything, but I'm just saying that it's, you know, it's a better idea than, you know, it would be otherwise, and, you know, it's all good. So we're actually going to just do this. We're going to start building more troops. Especially because those troops will then be able to help suppress rebels. Could I just peace out? It would probably not be worth it, because it'll probably piss off England if I peace out. So we have Ormond separatists that have a 7% chance to spawn. And we are just going to deal with this now. We're not going to wait. So the Ormond separatists are dealt with. And we will now... It looks to me like it's going to be a while before we accumulate enough of a manpower pool to actually have more than 100 coming in per month. One of the important things about being a small nation is that increasing your size doesn't actually increase your power that much at the start, because the baseline values, like the baseline 10,000 manpower, makes such a huge difference compared to the additional benefits that you get from increasing your thing. So, like, I've increased my nation size, like, 6 times over or so. But my manpower pool, it's increased by what? Like, 10% maybe? So, probably around 10%. And I need 30 to be able to go after Scotland here. It'd be really nice if England were to peace out of this war, but I don't think it's going to happen. Not for a while. The Iberian wedding has also already procced, which is very sad. So here's a question. Is there someone? Wait, what? Yeah, this man must lead our armies. Give me that 100. Oh, yes! Do I want to make this war declaration? I am so tempted to make this war declaration. I have no manpower. It's a bad idea. I'm not going to do it. It's really tempting, though. When you have a frickin' god tier general, it does make a big difference. And let's see here. Where do we want to fabricate our next claim on? Argyle is a decent choice. I guess we'll do Argyle. Yeah, these guys are synced up with me. And if I were to attack you, they do have Pike Square now. So if they didn't have Pike Squares, if they still didn't have Pike Square, I'd actually just do it. It would be worth it because I'm pretty sure I could win. Since they do have Pike Square. Oh, that's interesting. So Castile pieced out. It would be cool if my vassal's fleet actually went over there, but let's just look. Do I want to annex you at my first available opportunity, or do I want to keep you around? I'm planning on making the Gaeldom as a vassal. So I'm basically planning on taking these provinces for myself, these Scottish provinces over here, and then all the Highlander provinces, those are absolutely going to be just moved over to the Gaeldom. So we're at 70% war score, and we're just going to sit on this. Unfortunately, again, we're sitting on a huge amount of thinger, but that's okay. I could drop my army maintenance if I wanted to. Do I want to drop my army maintenance right now? There's a call for peace. Come on, man. You gotta peace out. There we go. Let's see. So, defender. And they actually do owe us an extra favor, which is a little surprising, but not that surprising. So Brittany can be set as a rival in Scotland. So we're just going to set Scotland as a rival. We're not going to set Brittany as a rival. That'd be silly. We kind of want to get an alliance with Brittany if we can. We're not going to cancel this. And we are going to sit here and wonder, what do we want to do about this? England is no longer allied with Castile. Did I? Yes, I did. They force vassalized us. Minus 71. So, this is going to increase every year. So it's the prestige. So, I could potentially, if I wanted to, this is something that's important to recognize, I could potentially declare war straight on Scotland now. Do I want to do this? Do I want basic financial instruments, or do I want to pump my... I don't think I do want that. I think what I want to do is I actually want to pump. I'm going to do... I'm just going to pump to try to get Renaissance. I shouldn't have done it quite like that, actually. Because I forgot to do some of the things that I normally do for this. So we should have set the encourage development thing here. That would have made sense. You know what else would have made sense would be to bribe the burghers, but we can't do that right now. So let's see here. We can't pump this more, so yes we can. Okay, so that's going to cost a little bit less than it otherwise would. Let's see here. So if we declare on Scotland, then everyone will join. England is not willing to join in. They are 1,400 in debt, so they are not going to be declaring any wars anytime soon, most likely. Since England isn't declaring anytime soon, that does give us the opportunity to start to catch up. So as we develop our economy here, and look, lovely. So we now actually have a maximum manpower high enough that we're getting more troops than the baseline. Yahoo. And then we'd have 15,000 troops. So if we had 15,000 troops between our troops and the Sligo troops, is that sufficient to make this war declaration? The key is whether we can... Ooh, that's interesting. So Scotland is building more troops. It looks like they deleted a troop, though, because they had 17,000 before. So they deleted an army, and now they're remaking it. It's fine. So we have to wait until we have about 35, and then we'll be able to do that. Do we want to... Actually, because of the fact that I've got this prestige penalty right now, I think we're probably going to want to just chill on things for a while. I have a pretty solid defensive alliance. Nobody's going to be attacking me. So since nobody's going to be attacking me, and I'm actually not intending to go to war right now, we're going to drop our army maintenance to minimum. And we're going to basically just be sitting here in the middle of our empire. So that'll give me a huge increase to the amount of money that I'm getting. And because we have this alliance with England, Scotland isn't going to attack me if it means getting England in on their business. So nobody's going to be wanting to get in on that. And of course, there's no way that France is going to attack me. Nobody else is going to attack me. It's just Scotland and Tyrconnell that I have to worry about. And neither of them is willing to attack England. So what we can do is, I guess, just keep chilling here. I am annoyed with myself because I wasted a ton of power on this. What are my costs looking like? Do I want to keep pumping this? Probably should, yes. We're just going to be spending all of our points into pumping this capital. And then, once we've done that, we should be in pretty decent shape. Oh, hello. You're up at 35, all right. Do I have anything else that I can claim on? I actually don't think I do. No, it looks like I do. Inner Hebrides. Oh, right. The Inner Hebrides I can do because it is... it's right here. So we now have all of the claims that we are going to get on Scotland. We can build a couple more infantry if we want. We're going to build those infantry right now. Scotland is now fabricating claims on my territory. I can't actually sit on this for too long. There will come a point where I have to go in. They are billions, huh? What is they are billions? I used to play a lot of RTS games, but I haven't played any RTS games in quite a while. The last game that I played was I played a little of StarCraft 2, but I haven't played a lot in quite a long time. Let's see here. I like them though, so there's nothing stopping. Oh, that actually sounds like fun. I actually like those kinds of games. So it's a completely asymmetrical strategy game. Interesting. Are these zombie hordes a playable race, or are they a purely like NPC thing where they don't follow the same rules as you do? Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. That's definitely something that I'd be interested in tinkering with. They are billions. Let's see. Anything else I want to do right now? I really need. Ooh, they're in war with Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. Oh, that's very interesting. Danish conquest of Oslo. So Denmark is attacking them. And Denmark should have the superior navy, right? I would think that Denmark would be able to crush the navy of Scotland. So Scotland is built back up closer to its force limit, but if Scotland starts losing, like basically if the Danish army lands here, then Scotland is toast. Right? So one of the things that we could do is we could declare on these guys after that happens, right? Because at a certain point they're going to be unwilling to join. Their war exhaustion is going to keep going up for right now because of their stuff. But even if they're willing to join, if they're dealing with stuff over here, they might not be willing to. They might not be able to really help. So if this goes best, then we'll be able to declare war and have the Danish help us fight against Scotland, which would be nice. And if it doesn't go well, then it'll be fine. We'll have to figure out a way to deal with Scotland on our own. Our autonomy is going down, right? The entire territory that we contain is mostly sitting at like half value right now. Some of it's a little better, some of it's a little worse. So as our autonomy drops, we're basically going to double the size of our empire just from that. But in addition, we also have the fact that we're pumping our capital, and pumping our capital is going to give us some benefits as well. So I want to do this first, or do I actually care that much? Yeah, I can't actually call to my head what it even sounded like. Like off the top of my head, I can't remember. I'm sure I'd recognize it if I heard it again, but I can't remember it offhand. So what was I doing? Yes, I'm just sitting here pumping my capital for now. Because having like a 5 development province be your capital of this gigantic empire is pretty sad and pathetic. So Renaissance might get to us before it's worth doing this, right? We're probably not. It's probably not going to pay for itself from a perspective of like. Actually, do I even want to do that? We've now got it to the point. Desmond Cyprus should be here, right? Yes. So now that I think about it, do I want to keep pumping it, or now that it's already at point plus 0.29 per month, do I just want to let it spread on its own? If I wait, so each year, this will increase by like 2%. So it takes about 10 years. That's actually worth it. I'm just going to sit on it. I don't need to improve this anymore. So that's fine. Do I want to increase my autonomy, or do I want to start actually sending my troops to do their job? I think I might be better off having my troops do it, because we're going to have to do it in a lot of provinces otherwise. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So we're going to pump our army maintenance back up. And let's see here. This is still sitting at 1.5%, but it's 1.5% and it's not at 90 yet, so I don't have to worry about it necessarily. All right, so we're not going to be spending any more pumping Renaissance. We're in Europe. We can take advantage of the 20 development thing. It's fine. There's not a benefit for getting it to 30, so we don't need to worry about that either. So I probably should have only gotten it to 20, though. If I only got it to 20, then we'd be falling behind. So that's fine. It's all fine. Ooh, that's not good. You know what? Why won't we just think about the way that Jesus worked? Let's keep improving our relations with you. And England is dealing with Lollard heretics. Do I want to just pump my stability, actually? Yes, we're just going to pump our stability, and that will eliminate these guys in a little bit, in like a couple months. So once those guys are down, we will be set. Oh, we can enact a government reform. So we'll curtail our noble privileges. Those nobles don't need to be privileged anymore. We can grant generalship if we want, but I don't see much reason to do that before we can do that. Okay, so our first idea group, we have to make a decision on what we want. Oh, that's interesting. So the Tyrconnell noble rebels are actually a stronger army than their actual army. This war is unfortunately not go. Oh shit! Denmark is getting the crap kicked out of it. I wasn't expecting that. That's funny. Okay, so Denmark is getting crushed. Which more do I need? We'll wait a couple more months. Is that 100? Yes, it is. Okay, so we're now maxed out there. We now have the ability to build another troop if we want, and we're going to go ahead and do that. How's Scotland doing right now? Scotland has... Where'd Scotland go? There. So they have 20,000 troops. They have a pretty sizable military, and we have a significantly weaker military than them right now. So the question is, feeling very strongly about us not taking this. I can't imagine why. And the Livonian Order is not willing to help them. But other peeps are. How long until this happens? So every 2 years we're actually getting a favor with England. That's pretty dang fast. So if you take control of all of Ireland and you get England as an ally, basically what I can do here is I can't take control of all of this stuff in the front if I call England in against Scotland, right? But I don't need to necessarily. I could take the back end of Scotland instead. Wait, are these Scottish? Is that the Scottish flag? That is the Scottish flag, isn't it? The Scottish army isn't in Scotland. The Scottish army is not in Scotland, friends. Their army is somewhere else. If I were to attack Tyrconnell now with the Scottish army overseas, I can't do anything because I don't have enough ships. But if I built a couple of carracks, I can't build a couple of carracks. I don't have enough money for that. Yeah, they have a sizable fleet up here. Now this fleet would not actually stay up here. Almost certainly. But that's okay. This is Holland. This is not Scotland. Okay. So I saw two different similar flags and thought that they were both the same flag, but they were not. I saw the Scottish Navy down here somewhere, I think. And let's see here. That's fine. Scottish Army is probably down here somewhere, right? This is the Scottish Army. They're chilling up here. So, if this fleet were taken out, Denmark has a fleet up here. So, the Danish fleet and the Scottish fleet are not currently interacting, but they could be. How do I want to handle this? How do I want to handle it? I think we might want to just go in. It looks like Denmark is... They're very significantly winning this war. So how's Scotland's army? Scotland is sitting at 17,000 troops. The key question here is whether this army will be sufficient to deal with whatever I need to deal with. The other question is, can I get rid of this fleet? If I don't have a fleet blocking the strait, then I should be fine. But if I do have a fleet blocking the strait, then I'm totally boned. Do I just want to wait? It's only a few more years, so I think it's probably best to just wait for England and then use Scotland as a punching bag with England. Because if I... But I don't want to declare directly on Scotland right now. Yeah, we don't want to declare directly on Scotland. So instead, we're just going to keep building our spy network up here. And I guess... Do we want to call England in against these guys, though? If we call them in against Tyrconnell, then it'll be a long time before we can pull them in against Scotland again. But we won't need to necessarily bring them in against Scotland if we do that. Got 16,000 troops here. I guess what we can do is we can declare the war once we've got enough favors saved up with England. And then when we have enough favors saved up with England, do I want to try to get an alliance here? That's definitely... Oh, Castile doesn't have a royal marriage with us anymore, so never mind. Let's start improving our relations with Brittany. And I don't have anything else to fabricate over here. I have all the claims fabricated that I can get. So we're just going to keep building this. It'll help us out with sieges later. And if we are able to do things effectively, then it will potentially be useful for more than that. Do I want to start building ships? I'm hesitant to build a bunch of ships that I don't have a lot of utility for at the moment. Okay, we need to turn this back on. Munster is at 1% again. So this is at 0.3 per month, and we can remove this. I could set an edict to do the other thing, but you know what might make sense to use centralization edicts. Centralization edicts almost certainly pay for themselves. Is Scotland still at war? They are. So Denmark has taken back all of its territory, but they are not out of the war yet. So Scotland only has 11,000 troops right now. And the Scottish Navy has moved. Do I want to go in on this while we've got Munster separatists breathing down our necks? I think we might want to. So Scotland is sitting on 11,000 troops. They have no cavalry. So I think their entire army over here got wiped. So they're now rebuilding troops. So how's Scotland's navy looking? Scotland has 14 total ships. They have 5 light ships and 9 transports. So they have basically nothing in terms of like offensive military vessels. Like my vassal actually has a more aggressive navy. Obviously the vassal would not be able to take their navy on their own, but do I want to just make this declaration? I've got 16,000 troops. They're not going to be able to send anyone across the boundary here. So worst case scenario, I just set myself to defensive again. So let's see here. Where's the SC line? We're going to get rid of these separatists first. But increasing this is... If I don't go in now, they're going to be in a stronger position later. I think we're going to want to do this. We're going to take Donegal. We're not going to be able to pull in... England is still 1,484 in debt. I don't think England's going to attack Scotland. I don't think that they will. So since I don't think England's going to attack Scotland anytime soon, we're going to declare war. We're going to basically try our best to get this situation under control, we are going to pump you up, and we are going to pump up. Do we have anyone else? No. These guys are not. Oh shit! Let's get the actual ruler, the guy in charge. Okay. So we've got the 6 fire general, and we can now detach siege and send these guys to here. How many troops does Scotland have? Scotland now has... They have a total of 11,000 troops. These guys are just chilling here. So the question is, will they ever leave? The answer is almost certainly no. I might be able to get them to come away if I take some troops and... I need a siege, actually. So basically just going to leave these guys on here to siege and then send my troops away. So I don't have to suffer any attrition for now. Alright, so we can't get across to Ayrshire right now. But importantly, I don't really need to. The Tyrconnell fleet looks like it's content to just sit here. And that's unfortunate. But if I can put out a ship... I might be able to bait them in. What I'm basically looking for is to bait these guys out of here so that I can just walk into Ayrshire with my army. Because if this fleet is not going to be attacking me, I don't think, on its own. They're going to need these ships. So with that fleet, we can basically just send this guy out, say, ooh, look at me. Isn't it scary? And then they'll go, ooh, we need to take out that fleet. They move this fleet out, and then once they move it out to chase me down, I give them a runaround. I go to Donegal Bay and then pop into here. And I might not even need to pop into there, actually. I will, because Scotland's here. But basically, by giving them the runaround, I have the potential to basically free up this slot and then pop into Ayrshire. And Scotland now has... how many troops? They still only have 11,000 troops. So I don't know why they haven't been building more troops, but, oh, you know what I should be doing, maybe? Is using the guy who's actually, you know, the God Tier General of Destruction. Nope, that's not the right... oh, well, it doesn't matter. All right. God Tier General of Destruction, go help with the siege. These guys don't need to be great. They're just chilling here, and they have to be able to defend against... They basically are there to prevent the Scottish army from even getting over here. How long are you? Yeah, we have quite a while on this, so we might as well use the 3 siege while we've got it. So, what else do we have? And if we can take certain key provinces from Scotland, if we can safeguard certain areas of Scotland, because they only have basically the stuff that is over here. We really need to take Westmarch. That's the most important thing to take. If we take Westmarch, we're in okay shape. That will give us a fortification against the inevitable English armies, and that'll help us out. So the fortification here is very important, and then whatever we can take on top of that is gravy. And it looks like we might finish this siege before these guys go out to sea. There's a decent chance of that. So we're almost. So how is Scotland doing now? Scotland still has 11,000 troops. Not sure why. I would have expected them to rebuild because they don't have any manpower problems. Okay, so we just won the Siege of Donegal. And it's in the perfect timing as well. Dun, dun, dun. So this fleet is coming to me. They're just going to chill there, it looks like. So maybe we need to build... We're going to build a ship here in Cork. And it might be possible to bait these guys down here and then just have them chill with us. The worst case scenario, we take this province and then we declare war separately on Scotland with the help of England later. You know what, we're actually going to go here. We'll arrive on the 3rd, they'll arrive on the 4th. We have this fleet here. If I tell them to do this, can I actually get... Can I get their fleet to attach? Do I have any naval tradition? Is it worth bothering? Maybe Sligo will get one. I don't need to worry about it. It looks like Sligo is not going to pull out, which is too bad. So it looks like the Scottish Navy is on its way. They're heading to Donegal Bay. So I'm just going to send our fleet out of here. And yeah, it looks like we're not going to be able to bait them out because this fleet is doing something that's too important for them. Excuse me. On the plus side, annexing this ally of theirs is not really a huge amount of war score. It's only 8% war score. So we're basically just waiting at this point for the annexation penalty to go away, and then we'll just be declaring. How's Scotland doing? Still 11,000. Do I have my relations maxed? I do not, so get back to relations improving. Fortunately, because we can't cross the strait, we're not going to be able to do what I'd like here. I wish that this fleet had actually come out. Because if that fleet had actually come out to join me, we would have been able to wipe this fleet completely before they had a chance to accomplish their objectives. I'm actually going to stop building a spy network over here on the 1st of the month because I can get them back in time. I just want to keep an eye on this. At some point, the would result in annexation thing is basically just going to disappear. We definitely need to take Ayrshire as part of this. Because, goddamn. I guess we can't take Ayrshire as part of this. But we have to take it as quickly as we can, because getting control of Ayrshire is going to be a life-changing experience. How are we doing over here? So we have Tyrone Separatists. Unfortunately, our thinger is going up. Okay, we can eliminate that. So Austria has just embraced the Renaissance. So it's going to take a few more years to get Renaissance here. So I need to remember not to tick these up until we've gotten the penalty gone. I also need to make sure that I'm making financial income. Okay, so I have two different fleets here. If I can get this fleet out... So if I take this fleet to here, will they come in and wipe me? Not until I'm actually here. So my big question here is, do I want to do this? I'm going to do this. I'm going to recruit a general. Oh, shit. That's a pretty solid general. So the question, or admiral rather, not general. The question is, will this fleet be able to win? That's a 9, holy crap. So they are losing much. Oh, they just lost one of their ships. They aren't sending any reinforcements to help this navy, which is kind of funny. Do I want to pull back? Yeah, we're pulling back right now. We took out one of their ships, and we're just going to chill down here. We're going to wait while they're just sitting here, not like increasing the size of their navy. You know what we're going to do? We're actually going to start building another bark. Because as long as they're going to just chill and do stupid things, we can basically just beat them navally. We can take out the Tyrconnell Navy here, at the very least. And we can get a royal marriage with Brittany. And if we get a royal marriage, they'll be willing to do the other stuff. So let's get a royal marriage going. And now we are all set. We'll be able to have an alliance the second that we peace out. So we cannot peace out yet. But that's okay. So these two ships, we're going to get back up to full power. And once they're back at full power, we will start attacking these ships again. These ships are damaged, and they're not going to port. So, are you only at war with me now? Yes. Forward to glory. You know, we already had the last jousting tournament proc, so it's kind of weird that we're having the last jousting tournament twice. Just saying. We're not going to wait for that other ship. We're just going to wait for our thing here. The nice thing about ships is that you can pretty much just send them out, and if they get damaged, then oh well. but they're not like troops where you're gonna have to worry about like losing all your manpower or anything. We lost a few sailors, but nothing meaningful. So we could wait another month on this, and I guess since we've already waited half a month, we'll go ahead and just wait a full month. So wait for this to tick up to 100%, and then we'll just dive these guys again. They still don't have a leader, and nice. High roller, high roller. So we now have the substantial advantage over them because instead of being thingered. So these guys are now going to retreat, and I'm going to wait until the next month. We're going to see if I can get across to Scotland. So let's take a look at Scotland's army. Scotland has 12,000 troops now. So if I get this army across, they are never going to be able to deal with it. They're not going to have an answer to this army. So if we can get this fleet to St. George's Channel, will they come attack me? No. They are not willing to leave to come at me. Interesting. So I can't pull the blockade away from there. So if I can get to 3 ships, I think I can fight those 5 ships with some degree of safety. But it does look like this fight is going to come down to this is 002. Alright, we've now got 3 ships. So if I were to tell you to hunt enemy fleets, what are you going to do? And to see what happens here. Looks like they're going to avoid that fleet. So this is not going to help us pretty much at all. I was thinking maybe I needed to set them to a mission in order to get them to do what I want. So the basic question here is, if I send this fleet over here, will these guys help out? Because if I just sit here, then nobody moves and nobody does anything. If I attack, then I'm going to get a penalty in the shock phase. But who knows? Maybe they'll... I'm going to try it and see if this fleet comes to help, and it does not come to help. So the question is, will I lose any ships before? And I will not. So we're just going to let this go for a while. That +5 in the fire phase is really helping us quite a bit. We're now at 38%. We're going to pull this fleet back and basically just hide. And eventually we're going to get there. It's just taking forever because we don't have the naval superiority that we need. Do I have... I still only have 8 favors with England, so... It hasn't been that long. France entered a military alliance with Scotland. Interesting. I'm gonna have to wait like 2 years for this penalty to drop to 0, because that would suck. Well, soon we will have sufficient recovery here to just dive Scotland again here. And there was no question that as long as we were paying attention there, we weren't going to have any problems. So I think we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to dive up there again. It's all going to be good. Do I want to wait for 100%, or do I want to just go? I think I'm just going to go. We can move closer at any rate. Okay, so now we've got 100%, and we move over here again, and the key is that all of the damage that I'm doing to their ships, because of the fact that they're not putting them back to port, is basically permanent. Okay, so that ship is taking substantial damage. I'm going to pull back. So while we're not seemingly winning any of these naval encounters that we're doing, what we are doing is we're removing. We're basically dealing damage to their ships without without losing anything ourselves, right? In a few more months, we can just pop back over there, and it'll be our ship. Whoop, we're at 100%. So it looks. That's interesting. Why did this tick to 100%? Utterly defeated. So there we go. So if we annex them and take this, that's great. We can't take anything here because it's not controlled by me or my allies. But that's okay. So we're going to do this and take control of this province. And it's going to be a relatively short truce with Scotland because it was just a tiny little thing. So this will end in 8 years. We have 8 years of truce. So we've conquered Ulster, and we now have Unite the Clans done. Considering that we do have low prestige and legitimacy, we are going to do this, and we are all set. It would be kind of nice, actually, to do it for my heir, but that's fine. Okay, so now that we've done that, what else do we have left to do? I guess we have 8 years to wait before we can go after Scotland, but when we do go after Scotland, we are going to be going after them with even more claims. We're actually going to fabricate a claim over here, I guess. So we now have claims for days. How are you doing? This is going to be ticking in 2 months. Why is it expected to be present next year? That doesn't make any sense. It's going to be done in 2 months, and it's July. It's going to be done in 1 month, and it's July. We can go ahead and protect trade in the North Sea just for the hell of it. And so, how is England doing? Okay, we're going to go ahead and renounce our claim. We don't need it. And the next time we declare war, we're going to be trying to bring England in on it. So they're allied with France and Pomerania. And the key here is, with England on our side, we should have the superior navy, which means that France won't be able to land troops. As long as France can't land troops, we don't have to worry too much. So this will basically just come down to whether England attacks Scotland first, which would be bad. We don't want England to attack them first. And we need 80 to do this. I think I'm actually going to... How's my unrest right now? We only have the little tiny bit of unrest from them. So we are going to drop our army maintenance to minimum. Move this army over here. So that I can get this stuff done. I don't want my army sitting on the border with Scotland. I mean, the probability that Scotland attacks me when they have a truce with me is basically 0, but, you know, it's just safety first. So we are at our maximum manpower right now. And we now have +2, so it's going to take a little bit, but not that long. And then we'll be able to just embrace the Renaissance and get all of our techs up to the next level, including military power. Maybe. We might be able to get rank 5 military. And then the question becomes, what do we want from there? What type of tech should we be getting first? And the answer to that is unknown. There's definitely advantage to getting defensive ideas, but I honestly feel like exploration ideas first is probably a better deal. It kind of depends. England is not in super great shape. And I don't think they're going to be getting into better shape. As long as I'm able to annex Scotland, if I can get all of Scotland for myself, then England loses any ability to expand. They can't expand anymore at that point, which means that basically until they get colonialism, they're not doing anything. So that gives me a couple of easy options for expansion. I can basically expand myself into the colonies, or I can do some other stuff. So these guys are not going to ally me anytime soon. I'm actually pretty dang close to getting Denmark as an ally. I'm going to start improving my relations with Denmark. Denmark as an ally helps a ton because of their navy. So if I can get Denmark as an ally, then once things sort of turn on their head, and we're looking at, you know, how am I going to defend myself against England? Then if England wants to attack me, they're attacking me and Denmark and Brittany and Norway and Sweden and, you know, their whole alliance chain. So at that point, England really needs to bring in some major allies, but they don't have any right now. England doesn't have big allies. So since England doesn't really have any big allies to bring to bear against me, if we can get control of... if we can get an alliance with Denmark, that on its face could basically just keep us safe. He's kind-hearted, so that would certainly do it. And I'm not going to build any ships right now. Though it is tempting. The ships do give me a pretty decent amount of benefit. Hey, I have an active cardinal. I don't think I want to bother trying to become the Curia controller. I do think that if you're going for world conquest, I don't think that Catholicism is very bad. Like, if you're going for world conquest, you're going to be the Curia controller because there's not going to be any other Catholics left by the first couple hundred years, right? So you'll be the Curia controller, and you'll be able to get some of these bonuses permanently, right? In addition to the bonuses from the Curia itself. Because, like, that's 5% tech cost reduction and 20% aggressive expansion, ignoring everything else. That's actually really strong on its own. So, there's definitely benefits to being the only Catholics. So, if there are Catholics, you want to be the only Catholics, which I also think is interesting because I think that that's very on point. I feel like with Catholicism, because it's so top-heavy, you really do want to have the oh, nice, and she's an inspiring leader. Perfect. Let's see. Since it's such a top-heavy religion, you really want to be the only nation that is Catholic. You want to be representing the entire religion. Okay. So, we're almost there. Let me take a look quick over at this stuff. Yeah, this is not going quickly enough that there's any value in not just taking it. It looks like it's going to take a little bit longer. The reason this is going up is because my autonomy is going down everywhere, which increases the total amount of sort of territory that I have to work with. This is minus 5% development costs. Okay, we're going to go ahead and embrace this. So with that embraced, we now have the ability to do this for 543. Is that the correct amount that it should be? Looks like it. So unfortunately, we are not ahead of time yet. It's going to take quite a while before we catch up there, but it's fine. And we can now choose a new idea group. And I actually shouldn't have taken the Diplotech, probably. I should have just saved that for after I finished exploration. Because I think I want to get exploration first. I'm not going to take it now because I don't need it now. How are we doing? We've only got plus 48 from improved relations, so we should be able to get the Danish opinion up. Good. Very good. So, Scotland, we will... Hey, friends, countrymen, lend me your military support. Shizer. I need to give something to the nobles. Something small, preferably. Here, I'll give them... Yeah, all these have low manpower. This is a 1-to-1 ratio. So we're going to give this to the nobility. That gives us sufficient to grant a generalship. And then I guess we can just demand a military support now. So we can seek the support of the clergy. And then we can do this right now if we want, but we don't want to. I'm going to find some place. So Cork, we can just flat out give to the burghers. This is a harbor. Anything else that we have that's... All right, we'll give Ormond to the clergy. Okay, so by doing this, we have the ability to recruit a minister. We can send an emissary to the Pope and recruit an inquisitor. And then we can demand all of that admin support, which is very nice. And we can grant them monopoly charters if we want. That gives us the ability to demand Diplo support. And do we have... We don't have any other places that are basically something we can give to the burghers. So since we don't really have anything else to give to the burghers, I'm not going to worry about that. Instead, we're just going to take this. Now, we're going to set these as Galilee infantry, and we have too many military leaders, and we can get rid of this guy who's kind of a useless fella. There we go. There we go. So that actually might tick this up, but probably not. Because I think they're just looking at the total number of armies. Spare no expense. Do I want to swap this to Diplo? Yes, I do. So we're going to swap this to Diplo. We're going to start sort of chugging through all of that. And we have the mercenary discipline, which is like I'm never going to have enough money to use mercenaries to any good effect. But that's fine. And how else are things going? We've got 5 years before we're going in against Scotland. And we actually have the ability to fabricate another claim. So we now have a claim on everything the light touches. Everything that we can see, this whole western side of the island, is something that we have claimed. So we're going to take a look at diplomatic feedback. We have 10 favors. So the second that our truce with Scotland is over, we can declare that war. And I think that England will actually join us at that point. I also am not... I don't think that they're going to attack Scotland while they're still in debt, because they do have... it would involve going after France. Let's see. So England is now considered a great power. And let's see here. Do we need to keep building a spy network in Scotland? Probably not quite yet. So what we can do is we can take a look. If we were to declare war on Scotland, England would not join. They have 999 debt. So, interestingly enough, has England gotten into further debt than they already were? Because I think that they might have gone into further debt than they already had. They lose 15 influence and gain loyalty. Yeah, I don't care. So we can't declare on Scotland without incurring the wrath of France, which means that we're going to need to wait until England has gotten their economy back in order. With England pulled into the war, I don't think we'll have any trouble. It'll all be fine. Oh, we can get a royal marriage now. So with a royal marriage, they are willing to get an alliance. And that means that next month we'll have an alliance with Denmark. And that is future-proofing against when England stops being friendly. It starts being real. I'm trying to remember what that was an ad for. People stop being friendly and start getting real. I don't remember what it was. It was some, like, you know, it was one of those TV shows with the reality TV shows. It might have been Big Brother. I don't actually know. It was one of them. It was a long time ago. That was probably 20 years ago. I don't know why I've got that stuck in my head. The funny thing is that I actually don't remember what the original word was. I think it's stop being nice and start getting real. I think that's what it was, but I'm not positive. Okay, so do we want to build a bark? Do we want to build several barks? Do we want to just get a navy of the appropriate size, since a navy is useful? When do we get access to new tiers of boats? That's a solid determinant here. We get an access to... We don't get caravels until 9? Okay, so yeah, we should just build some parks. That's a million years away from us before we get to the other one. So, we should be able to keep ourselves moving in the correct direction. We're not going to get the Diplotech until we've already gotten. We might even finish. We might even actually just finish exploration first. You know what? I should be doing this now because then I can potentially get. Okay, yeah, I should have taken that earlier, but it's fine. So this was already taken as well. So if we can get to overseas exploration, then that'll be good. We probably won't be able to get that before it's all over, but that's fine. All right. England is moving their troops around, so they're going to go further in debt again because of these heretics, almost certainly. England is also far behind militarily. They only have a rank 4 military still. So, let's see. We don't need to move these guys around. We don't really need to do much of anything. The Tyrconnell Separatists are probably not going to be a problem. I think I'm just going to increase the speed. I don't think that we're going to run into problems here. So, England is allied with me, Brittany, and Portugal. Do I have something that is better to build? It might be better. Denmark is now the papal controller. Burgundy is planning on attacking England. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go AFK for just a second before this all hits the fan. And I return. So, okay, that was not falling on my head. We're all fine. Okay, so let's see. Yes, we have to accept this. We lose a little bit of autonomy, but we get some tax base in our capital, was it probably? And England is being attacked by Burgundy, Flanders, and Holland. So declining costs us prestige, which is bad. You're just going to accept this. That's fine. Alright, so we are going to... Okay, our army maintenance has already been brought back up to full. We don't want to waste this stuff on war taxes, so we're not going to. And we are putting out some barks. Do I need to be terribly careful? Probably not. Brittany's in this. I can actually just help this blockade. This is probably worth more money anyway. So I'm just going to sit here on this blockade with England. And this will actually accumulate us a bit of war score. This will be, you know, us helping the cause. So me just chilling my navy here is actually in my best interest. So, Scotland. We're not going to be able to get anyone to join us in an offensive war against Scotland right now. But I don't think that this was a good idea on Burgundy's part. I don't know why Burgundy thought it was a good idea to join this, like to do this, but I don't think they have big enough armies to really justify this. If the English, it's a big but if the English manage to get their ships and their troops to the mainland, I don't see any way that Burgundy can pull the win out here. Because they can't really pin down all of the alliance. Even ignoring me, because I'm not useful at all, right? But even if you ignore my troops, which I have quite a significant number of, this is 18,000 troops that are doing nothing and are going to do nothing. So we did just... Who is this? Solid. So this army is fighting. The English are actually losing the fight on the mainland right now. And they just lost... Ooh, they just lost a ton of troops. That's interesting. We lost our royal marriage with England. Is now the time to start spying on England? Who else are you allied to? I just want to check their desire to join a defensive war. I can't check it because I'm in the same... It's too bad. I can't check how their opinion is regarding that. So we've now got 10,000 troops here that are just going to sit on Calais. But yeah, Burgundy might be able to pull a win out here. Because of the fact that you don't have a very good... Oh, wow. So that army got wiped, and Burgundy has wandered off, so... That's very interesting. Ooh, this is going to be... Ooh, wow, look at that. Okay, Burgundy actually has really solid soldiers. So, get wrecked. Ooh. Diplo or... Okay, we're gonna take the stability. Because we want the... we want to get our colonists out. It's going to be a while before we get to use those colonists anyway, but... So we can do this. Do we want to? Yes. Okay, so we're now ahead of time on admin tech. And we are losing the war. But... Provence and Lorraine. Provence is going to call France into this war, probably, right? I'm going to decline this. and I want to get pieced out of this as soon as possible. I might be able to piece out, and yes, we are, because we declined that, we are no longer allied with England. We're going to start building a spy network, and we're going to go in on England as soon as we can. We wanted to use England as a way of, like, sort of punching into Scotland, and we're not going to be able to do that. That's not going to end up being feasible. We're going to have to do it ourselves. And since we are going to have to do it ourselves, that means that we should probably... Do we want coexist? I don't want to set a native policy yet. So Scotland just declared war on England. Very interesting. I like it. So, with Scotland declaring war on England, that leaves them a little bit vulnerable, actually. Because England is not a pushover. So, it would be interesting to see... Because France is currently in a war against England already. Oh man, England is going to just get obliterated here, aren't they? I guess I should have declined that first call to arms and said, you know what, they're actually in a weak enough position. How's our truce looking? So we have 4 years of truce, at which point we can actually declare on England themselves. We already have a claim on this. We have a permanent claim here. And what we can do is we can just start getting claims elsewhere. So our truce with Scotland is over. If we were to declare on them, France will join. But France is actually malevolent. Interestingly enough. Oh man. As long as this... Okay, this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to us. So, Scotland is currently at war with England. England has a far superior navy to Scotland. So, because England has this dramatically superior navy, what that means is that the English navy is basically just going to completely protect my ability to lock down this channel. Because Scotland can't do anything about that. They're just going in on England in other ways. So, if I manage to get to a point where, let's take a look here. So we need to be fabricating on England. What do we want? I'm going to claim, do I want man? Not really, no. Could claim like Cornwall or something. All the provinces that are easy to claim on right now are kind of trash. Okay, we'll fabricate a claim here, it's fine. So, we should probably fabricate a claim on man because man is easy to get as well. But that's beside the point. For now, if we can get... We might... Because we could get Denmark to join this. But basically what we need is we need for France to start accruing war exhaustion so that they are unwilling to join. Oh. You are unwilling to join right now. So the question is, should I do this? Should I make this declaration now? And if I do, will France break their alliance with them? Pomerania. I think this will break their alliance. So we're just going to go ahead and declare to take Ayrshire. Do I want to call Denmark in on this and promise them territory? I'll do it, but only if France decides to actually come in on this, despite what their claims are. They are only allied with Pomerania, so it's me versus Scotland and Pomerania, and that is a war that I think I can win. So we're going to take control of Ayrshire. By taking control of this province, we now have the ability to secure the crossing completely. So I don't have any cannons, so I'm not going to be able to do anything about that. But while England and Scotland are bickering down there, this is Holland, right? Yeah. So while England and Scotland are bickering down there, basically weakening Scotland, I'll be sort of starting up to take the Scottish mainland. And the English army is reforming. So since the English army is reforming, Burgundy accepted peace, and that's useful. We don't get anything with England, and that's fine. Hey, France. I'm going to improve my relations with France, because I'm going to see if I can get what I want here. Because we're going to be declaring on England the second we finish with this. Once this war is over, we're just going straight to England. So we're going to take control of this province, and it looks like these guys are going to Cumbria. England is no longer considered a great power. I'm just going to wait on this. This army is, I don't think, going to want to try and approach me right now. They are going to walk into East March. That's fine. They can chill on East March. I don't care. And we're going to take control of their capital, and we're going to do it quickly because we have a dramatically superior force. We got our +3 to siege with this general, and it looks like I'm not fully blockading this yet. So these guys are going to be defending in hills, and we're going to wait for this to tick down before we do it, but we should be able to basically just win outright here. Okay, so that's fine. Let's boost our stability quick. Get that back up to neutral. And we do have a settler, but we can't do anything with it until we get overseas exploration and the other thing. Okay, they just got a disease outbreak, but they already do have it at -7%. So we have to be a little careful because of that thing they got. And they got another disease outbreak, so that's great. Most likely we will ticket here, but we could fail to ticket here, in which case bad things will happen. Do we want to reform our thing with you? Okay, walls are breached, and that's the siege over, so lucky us. Okay, well, that's unfortunate, but it's okay. So we're charging here, and we have the superior general as well as the superior numbers, and we are the ones defending in hills. So the Scots have taken control of all of that stuff. Let's take a look how much war score it's going to take. Let's see, where are you? Cumbria. And them going to Cumbria doesn't really cost me anything, so we're just going to go over here. And we are actually going to tell our vassal, hey, you know what? You can just go on your own now. We don't actually need you to stick with us anymore. So So these guys are now going to retreat back to safety. Actually, maybe they won't, because they have control of Northumberland, which is a fort. So the Isles' opinion. The Isles? The Isles don't exist, though. Do the Isles exist? Oh, that's interesting. How did that happen? Oh, the Isles got released by that. Interesting. I actually could probably get the Isles as a vassal. So I'm going to try this. Because we're going to be taking a bunch of territory over here. So we're at 65% war score. We are going to... Whoa, first of all, over here we need to make another claim. So we don't need to fabricate a claim on Man anymore, because Man is now going to be part of something else. You know what? We're going to fabricate a claim on Lancashire, because even if it changes hands, it'll still be valuable to have that claim. So we're going to stop our relations improvement temporarily. And we've gone from 65 to 62, strangely. Wait, Pale belongs to... Oh, Pale... They just peaced out with England. That's glorious. So England just went bankrupt. This is absolutely glorious. So if we just take these four, that gives us 35 aggressive expansion, quite considerable. Take this because we need it, and that's just Scotland. We could go to there. That's silly to do, actually. What we can do instead, because we want to get the other peeps available, if we take control of all of these, how do we look? We don't have a thing with anybody other than these two at that point. We do not, however, secure the Ayrshire connection. So let's do this instead. This is going to be how we take this fight. And let's see here. Now we have to be concerned about the fact that Scotland has the ability... Where is Pomerania, or wherever it is that I'm... Is Pomerania who I'm at war with? Yes, it is. I can probably peace out with them, can't I? Yes, I can. So we're piecing out with Pomerania. We're now at 90% war score. So I don't have any diplomats to send for another, like, 12 days. We're actually going to bring everybody to here. Okay, these guys are now going to start moving into West March. And they now have a fort there that's going to be starting to get the stuff back. So we now have just barely not enough.
Yes, give me the bodies.
Alright. Now, we have a little bit more war score than we had just now, for reasons, and we now have a completely neutral desire. So if we take that, just that being sieged is not giving me +1, unfortunately. So, the question here is, do I want to go after the soldiers over here? Or do I want to just... I think I should probably just wait, honestly. If we wait for this to tick, and we wait for just like a couple of months to tick... Oh, that Ayrshire loss is actually substantial. We just won the Battle of the North Channel. Do we want... Yeah, we're just going to sit here. for now. And do we... Why is this 99% now? That's a little confusing. I don't know why that's it went to 99% instead of what it was just now. All right, we're going to pop over here, I think. That's a bad idea, though. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to say, you know what? Change my mind. Time to be supportive. England is bankrupt. We want to quickly get into the war against England. If we declare on them, Portugal will not help them. So we want to be able to declare on England the second that this truce ends, so that we can attack them while they're still bankrupt. And we have the troop advantage here, we have the better general, and it's not enough. Oh shit. That's interesting. Even though we were on the defensive. Shit. Did they get a... They have the rank 6 military, wasn't paying enough attention. This is what happens when you don't pay enough attention. So their war enthusiasm is very low now, but it's not quite enough. So what I should have done was actually just pieced out and not taken Sutherland. I don't need Sutherland. And now we're stuck in a position where we have to deal with having substantially fewer troops. Okay, we have a food shortage there. These guys are going to Lothian. Do I want to piece out with less than... Yeah, I think we're just going to do this. We want to piece out, and this is going to tick, and it's just better to take all of this territory than it is to mess around more. So no more messing around. We're taking control of all this shit. We're going to get a huge amount of aggressive expansion with them, and that's totally fine. It's, I guess instead of doing... Yeah, because this is going to actually allow us to declare a reconquest war if we want. This is all part of Northumberland. We're going to declare a reconquest war. Yes, okay. So we're actually going to take all of this, and we are going to reform Northumberland off the back of this. And it'll go fine, I think. Do we have anything else that we want to do? Take some money. Take a little bit of money. Done. Okay, we lost the humiliate rival Cassius Belli. We didn't actually, but that's fine. So we have Beyond the Pale now. So we get a permanent claim on Wales, the Isles, and the Highlands. Cha-ching. And conquer the Highlands will give me some cool stuff. And that's all fine. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to first... That's the wrong tab. We're going to create Northumberland. There we go. So we now have... What do we want to do now? We're going to give East March to Northumberland. I think that that's the simplest solution there. So let's just go to Northumberland and grant province East March. And we can go to Sligo and say, hey, we need to start improving our relations with you. So we don't have royal marriages with either of our vassals. That's part of the reason that our liberty desire is so high. And do we want to take all of these for ourselves? Yeah, I guess we do. So we're going to go ahead and core all of these. Coincidentally, if we core all of this stuff, so I need 68 to core this, and that's fine. Okay, so we have reunited Ireland, basically, and we now have Northumberland, which will serve as a very good staging ground. We don't need to keep building a spy network here because we're actually going to be reclaiming cores. And since we're reclaiming cores, we should be in good shape. We're going to get a royal marriage with you, and we are going to get a royal marriage with our other vassal. And we can now do what? I guess we could just declare on England. So how many troops does England have right now? England has 11,000 troops. So just this army here can just obliterate the English army. Because you'd think, well, it's an even fight, except these guys are bankrupt. They're still bankrupt, and they'll be bankrupt for a while. So since they're going to be bankrupt for a while, I think that we should be in good shape to make this declaration. We can't do the declaration. We don't have a truce yet. This is perfect. Okay, so we can wait a little bit and regen up, and then we can declare war once the truce expires, which will be when? Next year in October. So we have a year to recoup our troops, then we declare on England, and we will be in good shape. So, hey France, how's it going? You want to be my ally? They're not even close to wanting to be our ally right now. So we're going to get a royal marriage with Denmark again. We're going to get a royal marriage with you if we don't have it. We still have our royal marriage with you. And we need to get our relations improved with Sligo because we need to start annexing Sligo. So what's going to happen here is we're going to just declare reconquest. That way we don't get a huge amount of aggressive expansion with other people. And we might take one additional province. As an example, down here? No, Cornwall is not relevant. So anybody else? Anybody else? I thought there were other... Oh, there we go. So we can get Wales started. The problem with getting Wales is that it's such a tiny... I guess it gives us reconquests against Scotland too. I guess we'll see. We might do that. We might not. So we're going to protect trade in the North Sea. We are going to set them to their repair threshold to any damage so that they're full thing. And we can now core Mead. And we are set. So our general is dead. So soon. So soon. I'm so very sad. But it's okay. And it's going to cost 111 to annex Sligo. So I might not actually want to do it. I was thinking I'd want to annex Sligo, but I think I can keep them under control. As long as I don't get another vassal for a while, I think I can just keep things under control and not have to worry about it. I'm not going to ally the Isles yet, because I don't really have to worry too much. They're not going to get attacked by anyone because no one else is going to get the opportunity to attack them. Wait. There we go. Truce with England has expired. We have the ability to go in on them now, and we do not have a general, but that's okay. Who needs a general when you have, you know, a higher tier military? So we're going to do reconquest to take York, I guess, because York is so close. And we have a bunch of claims that we can use, but we're not going to probably. Alright, so we are going to split the army, have this army go here. And we also have a leader in... Nope, we don't. I was going to say we have basically a leader, but we don't actually have a leader. And I should have realized that this fleet was not going to be having a good time. Okay, so you guys have 1-1. Let's take a look here. We're going to actually tell both of them to just attach. And we're going to go to Lancashire and Chester. We're actually not going to send these guys over there yet, I don't think. We're going to leave them here. The reason is that I don't want them too far away from my other troops. While the other troops are trying to do all this. Because, generally speaking, I think we'll be in pretty decent shape here. I don't think we'll have too much difficulty. I don't think that the English armies are going to be even attempting to approach me. But you never know. How many troops does England have right now? England has a total of 23,000 troops. So I stand corrected. They are absolutely going to want to come after me. even though coming after me is going to be extremely dangerous for them. So we're going to pop over here. We have this entire army that is going to just sit on London, probably, because if we take control of London, then we're in good shape. And if we don't take control of London, then we're screwed. So we need to take London. Let's get that done fast. Get a bunch of prestige. And I don't know where they're sending their army. It doesn't matter that much. So there's part of it. Okay. Now then. Do we want... They have 2 3-star generals? Holy shit. So they're heading to a fort. It looks like they're going to head to this fort because they actually have enough troops to get there. The question is, do I want to push them off this fort now? The answer is probably yes. How many troops do you have, England? Wait, what? That's all their troops? Was I looking at a different place? They have 9,000. Okay, well, fine. They have 9,000 troops. I don't need to be safe anymore. We can split this army in half and send these guys up here. Nope. We're going to send these guys. Let's do this a bit more. There we go. We can send 10,000 troops up there. Is that enough? That's not enough. Oh, these guys are changing who they're attached to. Okay, so we have 9,000 troops. In addition, we also have a general, and they are now approaching us. And it looks like we are going to catch them here if we want. Alternatively, we can catch them in York. So we're going to wait, and we're going to lock them into York, and we're going to chase them into York. So they have no morale, right? They're sitting on, like, they're sitting on bankruptcy, right? So, like, I didn't even have a chance to pause it. I was planning on pausing it just to see how low their morale is, and I couldn't even do that because it is so low. At any rate, we are now sieging down London. We've taken out that army, and because we've taken out that army, that allows us to... Oh, you know, Denmark's probably going to take territory from Scotland. That's fine. It's not a big deal. So England, because they went bankrupt, is just food at this point. So we're going to be able to occupy this with Northumberland. So these guys are not actually sieging anything yet. They're getting to our territories down here, and that's fine. Do I actually want to just set my allies, my vassals, to aggressive? I think I might just set my vassals to be aggressive. They have, well, one of them anyway. They have 3,000 troops. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to deal with that problem. So we're going to leave one guy here just to hold this siege, and we're just going to pop all the way back and wipe these armies. Can I hold this siege? I can't hold this siege. I can't hold the siege and go out here. So considering that the siege is barely started, I'm just going to get out of here. It's not a big deal. So they're now going to be pulling some bullshit where they try to link up all these armies and cause problems for us. We cannot allow them to take control of either of these provinces. Both of these provinces are critically important, because if they take either province, then you can actually, wait. You guys can just walk back over. They now have 9,000 troops. Ooh. Okay, we're fine. That was concerning for a second, but it's probably going to be fine. We're going to move these guys into London, I think. Because these guys are going to just come back over to Ireland again and start causing trouble. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send one army over here. You going to lock into these guys and blow them up. And I'm going to take as much as I can off of these guys. I have all these claims. I'm going to try to make full use of them. And London just surrendered. So we just went from like 19% to 50%. So not too shabby. And we need to get as much war score off of them as humanly possible. So first, these three is only 19 war score. So if I take everything that I have a claim for, it'll cost us a lot. So what do we want to do here? I don't want to take Wales. So Burgundy is not happy about whatever we're doing over here. So we can't take 70% off of them. If we try to take 70%, it's going to cause a thinger. So Burgundy isn't a problem as long as it's only Burgundy. So if we did this, we would then have the ability to do reconquest for the rest of these. So we can now set this as a state. And what else do we want to do now? Locking down these fleeing troops is not easy. Okay, we just got up to 77% war score, so that's a thing that happened. So we can take this if we want. We're probably not going to want to release this as a vassal, though. So since we don't want to release a vassal, so we can just wait until next year, and that drops 2 of these off the list. But that still keeps too many on the list, so we don't want this. Take this. So if we do this, then wait until next year, there will only be there'll be 5 on the list, and we'll have a truce with multiple of them. So that's probably what we're going to want to do. So we're going to wait until December, and then in December we can see how this goes. So we're going to pop over here. I forgot to actually put a general in charge, but that's fine. Okay. So next month is go time. Actually, do we want to? No, we don't. We have business to do, so we are going to not want to do that. So we're waiting a couple days. Okay. Now, England, buddy, pal, how's it going? So, if we do this, then Brabant and Utrecht will still be willing to form a coalition, but a coalition can't form because Scotland will have a truce, and England will also have a truce. So the truce between us and them will prevent any problems of that kind. And what we can do is we can have them pay us war reparations, and it would be really nice to have a transfer trade power, but I don't think we can get this down to exactly... Oh, we can, if we take Somerset. Somerset's not a great thing to take. It's not adjacent to any of the stuff that we're already taking. So let's stick to Cambridge. Do I have a claim here? Oh, I have a permanent claim on all this stuff. How much of this do I have a permanent claim on? I have a permanent claim here. Oh, so maybe I should just take some of this Welsh territory. I didn't realize that I had claims on this. So if I conquer Wales, I get a permanent claim on West Midlands and Wessex. Oh, I need to take control of this as well. Do I want to do that? Are these are not part of the stuff that I'm getting because it's core. So if I instead went with this, actually, if I go with this, I'm getting much less of a coalition because of the fact that I actually have claims. Can I go with this? Yes. Can I go with this? No. This is the tipping point. So we can get an 84% war score victory here, take control of all of this stuff, and that is huge. So I think we're going to do this. That should be, I think, a pretty solid win for us. We can then expand Northumberland. We don't need Northumberland to have all of this, but we can give them some of it. We can give them the stuff that we don't actually have a claim on. We can actually give them all of this, now that I think about it. We'll see how big of an impact this has on our vassals, loyalty. But I think this is a good starting point. Actually, we're not going to do this. We're instead going to have them pay us war reparations. There we go. So we're having them pay us war reparations and then give us a little tiny bit of money. And Burgundy will be pissed off, but they're the only people that will be who aren't the just like target of our conquest. So it looks like we got an easy opportunity to conquer England, which is great. So what we can do now is we can just core all of this stuff. We can't actually even core this yet, so that's unfortunate. But we will be able to core it once we give these to our vassal. Do I want to give them Lancashire, or do I want to core this? I currently own it. I think I'm just going to give it to them. So let's take a look at our subjects. We now have 17 and 23% liberty desire. So I'm going to go ahead and grant you Chester. I'm going to grant you Shrewsbury and Montgomery. Because I can't... Oh, do I want to give Montgomery? I have the claim there. It does have a fort. Do I want to delete the fort and keep the province? Or do I want to give the province away and keep the fort? Can't actually core Coventry either. Oh, right. I can't core any of this stuff because they would need to have a core there. They don't have a core either. So we're actually just going to give Coventry and Montgomery over to you. I think that's fine. and we'll be able to basically we'll still be able to fabricate claims over here. I do lose the ability to fabricate claims over here, unfortunately, but that's fine. We now can core everything that we have held on to, and we can now start doing a little of this. You guys can come over here as well. England has announced us as a rival. I can't imagine why they would do such a thing. England has no army. And do we want to annex Sligo now? Yes. No. No, we don't. We're not annexing Sligo until we have gotten the ability to colonize where we want to colonize. So we're not going to do that quite yet. And do we want a advisor to help out with that? Lost conquest cost stability against England. And how are we with you? Shall we improve relations with... Interesting. So they don't actually have England set as a rival anymore. So Sweden is sitting on Scottish territory. So that's fine. At some point we might... At some point we are going to have to fight against Denmark, because Denmark does have territory that I need for the achievement. But we don't have to do that for quite a while. And we can do that after we've already gotten this other stuff handled. So we definitely need to start improving our relations with Northumberland, and we need to take a look here and say, who is about to jump up and deal with them. So that's gone, and Meath. Is this Meath? Yep. So we're going to drop this down. That's only going to drop it to 3% though. Unfortunately, we have to blame the Queen for something, which drops our stability. Not a great time for us to lose stability. In fact, it's very, very poor timing on that, but that's okay. Looming disaster, Peasants' War. So we need to wait for our manpower to be 50%. And we should get enough manpower well before we run into the Peasants' War. It looks like Scotland is actually winning this, which is good. If Scotland is able to push back the Danish army for long enough, because they're not directly attacking Scotland. They're attacking Pomerania, I think, right? Nope, never mind. I stand corrected. You're probably boned. Oh, no, I need to pump these now. That is a pretty sizable amount of income. So the Welsh separatists, do we want to just do it now? Probably not. We can wait on it. That's fine. What could possibly go wrong? So meat is about to be finished, and that allows us to boost. So we've got that boost. And these separatists here are at less than 1%, so I think we'll be okay. And we basically just need to wait on accumulating points and accumulating stuff. We need to wait on our truces. Okay, that's fine. That'll make it very easy to annex them later, and we don't need to keep doing our relations improvement. That's silly. So we're going to start improving our relations with France again, because getting France as an ally is going to be very useful. Also, France is at 62 aggressive expansion, so they didn't show up on that list because they still had a positive, thing with us. But that could have been very dangerous. Okay, no problem. We've got $4 coming into our treasury every month. We now have probably 1.5 million sailors coming in. So let's start building more barks, because it is going to be quite a while before they become redundant. Oh, France was giving us subsidies. Okay, they weren't giving us that many, though. We actually are not getting a very big difference between this. Let's see. So we have Welsh separatists that are spawning very rapidly. We have English separatists. And because of the fact that we spread the English separatists between our vassal... Wow, our vassal has 0%? Nice. So these Scottish separatists will probably be dealt with before we run into a problem with them. We've got not a huge amount going on there, but that's fine. Truce with Burgundy and Flanders has ended. I actually forgot that I had a truce with Burgundy, so they weren't able to join the list either. So we actually just got a -5 to our unrest here. And Scotland is off the list. We don't have any Scottish separatism anymore. And the Welsh are coming to the forefront, but we can eliminate the... Oh, never mind, we can't. We already did this. We did not. Somebody else did. Crap. Okay, so this has... not enough. That's the autonomy there is too high for us to do what we want to do, but that's fine. Wait, what? Did I just build a bunch of galleys instead of a bunch of barks? Oh, god damn it. I'm an idiot. So does somebody want some... This is the only... I have never done this before. I have never accidentally built galleys instead of barks. And I have no use whatsoever for galleys. Cancel this. Cancel this. How did that even happen? Okay, well, whatever. I'm like, wait, what? How do I have a bunch of galleys? Alright, well, that's fine. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Do I want to sell them, maybe? Maybe. It's hard to say. I'll leave them here for now. They exist. They're not useless. They're not great. But they won't cost me anything to keep them around. Oh. Stability less than 1, not less than 0. How much do we need? We should be able to recover our manpower by the time that happens, so I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so we can't reduce our autonomy here yet. So, now that we've cored or now that we've stated this, we can now core it. We can state this, and then core it. Okay, so now autonomy is at 36%. We pump that up, and there we go. That's one less bad situation to deal with, and this is down to 1%. That escalated quickly. Okay, so now what do we want to do? Our relations with both of our vassals are pretty strong. I guess we can just start building a spy network to try to take... I guess we don't even need it, do we? We have a claim on this, right? So we actually have the ability to just complete this mission, and that'll give us just a ton of stuff, because we'll have the Invade in England mission at that point. So we're going to basically just declare on Scotland. We're going to take all the stuff that we have claims on from Scotland, and we might just annex Scotland if we're being honest. I don't know that I need to keep them around. So unfortunately they will bring France
France into it.
And that's obviously a problem, but we'll see how it goes. Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to get France as an ally, and then they'll be like, oh, you're so amazing. We don't even want to help our ally against you because you're so much cooler than our other ally. We love you so much. I'm writing fan fiction with me in France now. So, what is the plan? I can diplo-vassalize the Isles, potentially. So let's diplo-vassalize the Isles. The fact that I did not have... Oh, shit. What? I'm not allied to you anymore? Why am I not allied to Denmark? What happened to my alliance here? Uh-oh. That's not good. So, do I have allies? I have Brittany, but I guess do I need Denmark as an ally, or would I rather have somebody else? This is for Cork. +1 to base production for Cork is too good. So, do we want to start collecting in English Channel? Probably not. Send to North Sea. Okay, so how do we feel now? We have plenty of money coming in. We have a while yet before we get enough Diplotech to get where we're going. Because we need 7, right? Oh, I can actually demand Diplo support, and I should have something, right? Yeah, Ayrshire, which we control, is gonna go to the burghers. And that may be... Yes! Yes! Okay, so that gives me enough that I can do... This is 15 influence. This is 20. We're gonna give me a minister. There we go. We now have Land of Opportunity, and we can now swap back over to pumping Diplotech if we want. And I think we do. We need to get the Diplotech up. Spare no expense. Yes. Da, 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 da. So, how long is this truce for? We have about 5 years before we can go into Scotland again. Stop relations improvement here. And do I want to start pumping my relations with the Papal State? I think we do. We're going to pump our relations with you again. I could start fabricating claims in Scotland or something like that, but I'm not going to. I don't even know if I'm going to just annex Scotland outright, or if I'm going to do something else. I can't annex them, but I can take all of my claims pretty easily, and then that will be very useful. Okay, you can protect trade in the North Sea. Come on, Denmark, you want to give me some peeps, right? We're not allies, so I have no idea how that's going to influence their... Yeah, this will not be forgotten. Well, that's fine. We can offer vassalization to the Isles, flat out. We can already do it. So what we're going to do is... Do we want to... I guess we have the royal marriage with Denmark that... I thought that I had allied with them, but I guess not. So France has taken back all of their cores from England, and they do not have any care for anything anymore. We're not going to be able to get them as an ally, and that's fine. And we're now looking to get to Diplotech 7 so that we can get some good business done. And let's see, it's 2 o'clock. So I think now actually might be a good opportunity to end things for now. So it's 1487. We are well on our way to conquering both England and Scotland. So things are going pretty well there. And do I want to get some lunch and end things here? You know what? No, I'll keep going for a little bit longer. I think I can probably get to the point where we've got the annexation of Scotland going our way. I just wish that I wasn't sitting on a royal marriage with Denmark. If I could get an alliance with them, that would be one thing, but they're not terribly happy with me right now for some reason. Why do they have low trust with me? So Friesland has entered a military alliance with England, and we can start building our troops up more if we want. I just realized that we've actually we've conquered like enough of England that we are now like clearly in the driver's seat here. Like the British Isles are ours for the taking, right? No one in the British Isles stands a chance against us. And we've gotten that before cannons? Question mark? Yeah, we don't have the limber yet. So some people do, right? Cannons are around, but England is sitting at a rank 5 military. It looks like Scotland should have cannons, but they're not going to be able to afford them, I don't think. So truce with Denmark has ended. So it does seem clear to me that we had an alliance with Denmark that somehow got canceled. They must have like called me to arms at some point and I didn't see it, or something along those lines. Either that or they called me to arms and I thought it was England, question mark? Just gonna move to here so that we can do this from a somewhat safer position. Do I even need to do anything over here? Probably not. Alright, that's fine. We'll do this. Cardinal in the administration. Ooh, shit, I should probably not have done that. Do I want to make it? Yeah, I do. So this will give me +1 yearly papal influence, a 20% increase to my tax modifier. Yahoo. Okay, we've now got the limber. We are caught up militarily. And how is England doing? England has an alliance with Friesland. We have a truce with them for 7 more years. Papal State's planning to attack the province, and that's fine. Did I finish this? Yes, I did. And I guess I will just keep building spy networks so that I can then take more of Scotland without costing me anything in the next war. Because I don't have a claim on like Lothian and stuff like that. So, what else do we have that we want to do? We have our alliance with Brittany. I guess we could improve our relations with them. We're basically just waiting, I guess, at this point. We don't have a lot that needs doing. Okay, so our admiral's dead. That's fine. Scotland, the truce is until 2 years. In 2 years, we'll be able to go into Scotland again and take the rest of the territory that we have claims on. We have a lot of claims. So 3, 4, 4. We have 4 claims, 5 claims. So we can take all of the north stuff, it looks like. We do not have a claim on Shetland, but Shetland is tiny. I can take Shetland, that's fine. So we're going to take the autonomy change, reduction, or increase. So, our income is pretty high right now. I don't really want to do too much more pumping. This is actually kind of funny. It's taking me so long because I have 0 Diplo skill. It's taking absolutely forever to do this. I think I'm actually going to get colonial range plus 20%. I don't think that's going to accomplish anything, but we're going to take it anyway. Let's see here. We need to stop you. We need to separate out 3 of these. And we're going to go ahead and protect trade in the North Sea. Okay, so you. Nope, that's not what I want. You. You there. Recruit an explorer. And then go explore. So we're going to explore the North Atlantic. North Atlantic has the closer things. I'm almost positive that I can't reach Greenland this way. I'm pretty sure that I'm going to need rank 7, but can never be sure. Okay, so we do not need a military idea at all because we are perfectly fine. We're going to take expansion because we can't lose another war in this area, and this is the only area that we need to fight wars in right now. We're going to be building up a colonial empire before we start, getting into a pissing contest with places like Castile and Portugal. So the Iberians can wait. So the Iberian fly, or the Spanish fly achievement, is very much a mid-game achievement. That's not something that we can really reasonably go after yet. So instead, we're going to just wait on this. So we can explore the North Atlantic coast. I don't want to pick this up yet. It will give me innovativeness, but it's not worth it yet. Oh, interesting. France is friendly with me. So if they're friendly with me, they'd be they're not willing to get an alliance with me? Are you kidding me? Okay, well that's fine. So they are friendly with me. They are getting their butts kicked by Castile right now. Our truce with Scotland just ended. Oh, this is what happens when you're on speed 4 and you don't pay attention. So they're at... Oh, wait. France is getting its ass kicked right now. And I had completely forgotten about the fact that they were going to be that they're allied with France. But it doesn't actually matter because I'm almost 100% certain that France is not going to join. France is not willing to join. Oh man, life is good. Okay, so they're going to bring the Isles into this, which is honestly fine. I could try like getting an alliance that'll give me plus 50. I could just vassalize the Isles outright. But that's okay. I just won't worry about that for now. Do I want... It is admittedly tempting to deal with that situation. So I can see this, but I can't get here, right? Yeah, I can't even come close. So that's not something we're doing yet. So Isles. Do I want to just annex you? I guess I'm just going to annex the Isles. No, I'm not, because I don't have a single transport, so we're not going to get to the Isles. But that's fine. I can't take any of their cores if I want to diplo-vassalize them. Maybe I should just vassalize them. Can I just break my... This actually will cause me a stability loss. Presumably because we have good relations. Would be my guess. I think if you have bad relations, it doesn't cause a stability penalty. Do I want to just declare, or do I want to vassalize first? This is 50. This is 25. So we would need a lot more to increase this. You know what? We're just going to take out the Isles. We're not going to worry about getting them as an ally. We won't do it now. We're going to basically just they're just going to be pieced out with everybody else. But we will be probably just annexing them because they already have such a huge penalty that what are we going to do, right? So Pomerania is going to be willing to join in, and that's too bad. The Isles will join in, and that's unfortunate as well. But where is my trade fleet? So we're going to take our trade fleet, and we're going to put them together with our galleys, because we want to deal with that situation. These guys are in Ayrshire. I do not have a military leader. We should probably fix that. So he has 1 siege. That's useful. And we can ignore this because we don't have the ability to do that yet. And do we want to declare? I think we're ready. We're going to declare now. I want to declare before the French peace out of whatever war they're in. So we're going to do this. War goal is just going to be Lothian, I guess. Confirm this. Alright, so we've done that. We're going to pop over to Lothian. I think that we have naval superiority now. So we should be okay here. And they lost one of those. Looks like they're sending their ships to their deaths, which is fine. Hey! I have a transport now. That's convenient. Am I going to use it? Absolutely not. But do I have it? Yes. So, we're not going to be able to annex them. I don't think. No. Like, did getting a claim on Lothian make it cheap enough? The answer is no. So we have 27,000 troops here. These guys are not even moving. They're just going to continue hiding here. We can purchase an ability, and I think we're going to purchase... Oh, we don't have blockade effect on siege, it looks like. Do we want justified wars? I think I'm going to take justified wars, actually. Justified wars gives me a pretty sizable reduction to the amount of aggressive expansion I incur. And let's see. No, we can actually just leave one guy here. Send these troops to here. I can actually send them to Argyll if I want. I do that. They have a 4/4 general. Yikes. Maybe don't want to send them there. Explore the coast here. We're actually just going to move you back to Ayrshire because that's actually scary. Actually, they're moving away from me now. Looks like they're kind of just running away from me. So I'm just going to pop into Perth. I'm not entirely sure why they're running from this army. I guess they're worried that the other army is going to come in to support it. This army doesn't have a leader, and they have a really strong leader. So I don't think it's terribly likely that it would go well for me. So we're just going to pop over to Aberdeen. Or Aberdeen. I don't actually know how that's pronounced. Okay, so you are going to be in an unfortunate situation. But I generally prefer not to like militarily conquer small nations that I can vassalize. But there's just no way for me to vassalize them in the near future. I guess I could just wait on it until substantially later. Right? I could just sit on them and then just diplo-vassalize them. But the problem is that I'm just going to be accumulating more and more aggressive expansion with them. They're already sitting on 71 from their aggressive expansion that we've got so far, and we still have half the British Isles to conquer, right? Or at the very least half of England to conquer. So you're going to Inverness? Sure. So royal marriage offer from Brittany? Absolutely. I might let my relationship with Denmark fade. Because now I don't actually know that I need the protection of anyone else. Because now I'm basically England. Like, from a practical perspective, now I'm England. And since I am functionally England, I don't know that I really need to worry too much about anything for the foreseeable future. So this is what type of terrain? This is coastline. We're going to move these guys over here because we can jump in there. I'm almost positive that we'll win this. They do have the better army. They have the better general, but do we want to do this? Yeah, if I take the problem is that if I take this stuff, then I can't get the Isles as an ally. So this is 4 nations total, but they're never all going to be off sync. They're not all ever going to be able to join a coalition at the same time. If I go for this, if I take Aberdeen as well, then first of all, I lose Diplo power. That's unacceptable. But I also have other problems with that. So we're just going to do this. I think we can dive in on this and have it go fine. It's not awesome to have that -2 while they're getting +3 and +2, or +1 rather. But they can't escape. They have no exit. So as soon as I win this fight, the army is immediately annihilated. So it's not a huge deal. So we lost half of our reinforcements, but we gained the win, basically. So Prince so-and-so has tragically died. We're going to see how many... Let's take a look at this. And Pomerania has 10,000 troops. Navies, Pomerania, 14. So we actually have a bigger navy than Pomerania does. And so one thing that we can try to do... We can see... what happens if we pop over here. So we now have more of this embattled. What happens if we go to Pomerania? We do have some galleys. We have 6 galleys. We have as many galleys as they do. And the question is whether they're going to try to fight us or not. I don't know how good their galleys are. But yeah, France is in bad shape. I've never seen France do this badly. So, Castile is strong enough that it just attacked France. Just flat out. It's just like, you know what? It's France. Why would I need to care about France? So that is actually really surprising. You don't usually see Spain going in against France, because France usually has the dramatically superior force this early in the game, at any rate. Okay, so we're now at 70% war score. So, Pomerania, how's it going? You want to peace out? Nope. Oh. There's a Scottish army over here. Oh, I forgot about Gwynedd. I completely forgot Gwynedd existed. Do I want to set my peeps to aggressive? I think I do. We're just going to set everybody to aggressive. Oh, shit. That's not good. So we're not going to be able to do this. I guess we'll just have to come back. We'll just go to man. That's a pretty significant loss there, actually. In terms of just, like, war score, we lose a lot of war score from that. And we can't actually get them to the point where they're utterly defeated. Because of the fact that we're not going to... Well, I guess we could, technically. And it would have been better if I had done it before... before they started building troops. I had the one transport, so while there was nobody up there, I actually could have just sent somebody up there to do it. So, if I don't take the outer Hebrides or the inner Hebrides, I can actually do it. And I have claims on everything here, right? Yeah, I have permanent claims on all this stuff. So the question is... Oh, wait. Okay, I'm already taking that. So we're taking this. Let's take a look at our missions. So Offaly or their subjects has 2 provinces in the Highlands, and there's 2 in the Isles, and 4 in Thinger. So this gives me permanent claims on everything that they have, I think. So do I want to complete this now? because I need two things in the Isles, which means that I would need to get both of these if I wanted to finish that mission. Do I want to do that? I'm actually not sure. How much would I need to do to get, like, they're going to be tough. They're a tough nut to crack. And without cracking them, there's really not a huge amount that I can do in terms of gaining war score. Peace offer of 73%, and I think we're actually just going to take it. Trying to take anything more is, I guess it's going to cause us more aggressive expansion to try and take more as well. So let's just do this. Ready for it? I think this is what we're going to do. Alright, we're going to just piece this out here. Do we want to take some money? Always want to take some money. It's going to cost 476 to core everything. Oh boy. Well, that's going to take a while, but that's fine. We're going to send this. Boom. So we are continuing to expand, and we can core this first, because that's something that we're definitely going to want to core. Mission fulfilled to conquer Wales. So we get a permanent claim on Wessex and all that jazz. So basically we now have a permanent claim on all those, right? Yes. So the next time we have this truce end, in 1 year, we have all of this to play with. So that's great. Do we want to core Lothian, or do we want to just give Lothian up to our vassal and have them court for us? Limited desires, 33%. I think we should core everything. So we'll core Lothian first. And we're going to stand up here somewhere, do our business. All right, you guys can go here. We're going to protect trade in the North Sea. So the next time we attack Scotland, we're going to be doing some good business. Burgundy is of rival potential. We'll just go with Burgundy as a rival. That's fine. We're not going to be declaring war on them or anything like that, but it'll give us a little bit of power projection. And now we can do what? We can select a naval doctrine if we want. They can be tamed with some baubles. Yes. Baubles are good. So, if we can get some peeps over here, I can get some innovativeness going, though that's decreasing at the moment, so it's not like it's going to be helpful, that really. And we'll be able to get additional colonists soon. And basically, once we've got all of this territory up here under our control, we should be able to just drop our army maintenance down and just pay for colonies. We don't need to be doing too much. So that's core Itherness. We don't need to be doing too much fighting in Europe until we've got a really solid colonial base. Once we get Canada as a colonial nation, we're going to immediately start expanding. So it looks to me, do you have Caraibas yet? You do not. Portugal has not formed Caraibas yet. So since they don't have Caraibas yet, we should be in really, really good position to basically expand out there and get some good stuff done. Portugal is allied with only Castile. So if Portugal stays allied only to Castile, then if we're able to get our colonial nations in a really strong position and get our navy in a really strong position, we should be able to basically win the wars against Portugal and take like a province here or there from Castile, turn that province into a vassal, then release the vassal after we've put one of our people on the throne. So that's going to be the general strategy that we use for dealing with that stuff. So Lancashire is causing some problems for us. And we can just increase our autonomy here, it's fine. It's the easiest way to handle it, and it'll work fine. The Gaelic separatists are actually a serious problem, but they'll be fine because they're going to go below 10%, and then we can just increase the thing there. So we have finished another exploration mission, and we can explore the West African Sea and all that jazz. We're not anywhere near ready to get to here, right? Interesting. Closer than you'd think. So if we were able to get to there, that would help us a lot. England, how long do we have for you? September of next year. And amusingly enough, if we attack them, then we are not going to be able to core anything for quite a while. It would be nice to get this expansion idea, but I think that it's more important to basically just fully annex the British Isles. So let's see here. Burgundy's at 59 aggressive expansion. We've got over 50 with France as well. So as soon as this thing ends, we're going to want to get an alliance with France, I think. Because France and Castile are enemies. France is allied with Hungary. Or sorry, Castile is allied with Hungary. Oh shit, that's a lot of additional armies that I can build. Okay, so we're going to be finishing this up. And then what else do we need? Isles and Pomerania. So if we finish Rule Britannia, we get 25 of this, and we get a 40-year bonus, but we don't get any permanent bonuses for this. So we've had some discoveries spread to us. So are we going to be able to... We actually... We're closer to here? Oh my god, this is only 403 away. That's interesting. I think we're going to immediately start just going into the Caribbean. We don't have any real reason to worry about North America yet. It's just too far away. So Inverness is cored. So we now have everything coring. And this year we have the ability to attack England again. England is currently allied with Brabant and Friesland. And how are people around here feeling about my aggressive expansion? It's minus 2.5 yearly. And we're going to get this colonist eventually, you guys. Really. It's going to happen. Really, truly. So, will we be able to send someone here? I think we can. With all the bonuses that we have right now. So I think that we'll actually be able to get people over there. So grant a New World Charter, and we need to seek the support of the clergy and demand admin support. There we go. So that's going to allow us to finish coring. And let's see. We can do a lot of things, but we cannot do this, so we don't have to worry about that for now. Can we demand military support? We need one more influence from them. And our native policy should probably be... I guess the native policy is either way. It's just going to have to be a coexistence for now. So we're going to do coexistence. We'll do the trading one later when we have better options. You recall our diplomat from France. And losing 5 legitimacy versus losing 5 prestige is like a completely different, like, those are totally different. That's not remotely even in terms of, you know, which one of these is better. It's like, yeah, no, this isn't really a trade-off. This is, do I want to screw myself over? My corruption is growing. Why is my corruption growing? Let's do this. I mean, we need to peel that corruption off. It's overextension. Yeah, I'll be peeling that off with... Root out corruption is useful to just set to maximum because you don't want corruption. Corruption is really bad. And just setting it to maximum is like, okay, well, now I don't have to worry about what will happen here. So we can just set our speed up higher. And we should be able to go after England soon. Sutherland is cored. So we shouldn't have overextension for too much longer. So England. England has a substantial number of ships. And I actually have more naval tradition than they do, which is weird. And we have twice as many troops as they do. Do we want to build a single mortar? Yes. Yes, we do. And we're going to finish that mortar before we attack them. Don't want to remove the autonomous suppression of rebels. Not yet. Okay, this is done. So what we can do now, let's bring everybody together. I'm actually just going to bring everybody here. And now... yeah, root out corruption is expensive, but once it's done, we will only be using the amount that we need to break even, basically. So, you guys are still doing this. Okay, what has to happen now is we need to go over here. Do we have the ability to make a state yet? We do not, because Perth is part of that. Shit. Okay, well, that's fine. We're just going to have to increase. Oh, is this already a state? This is already a state. I'm a dope. Okay, well, I didn't even need to wait on that. I'm just a dummy. Okay, so the Gaelic separatists are going away. We can do this and see how that affects our unrest. And it doesn't affect it enough to give us any unrest. So we're now just going to pop down here, and we're just going to dive London, basically. We have more than enough troops to handle the English. And Yahoo. So our war goal will be, I don't know, Gloucester. Whatnot. And now we just walk all over them. So they're set to aggro. And the English army is down here. They are heading up toward my stuff. They're going to Coventry. I don't know why I left these guys here, actually. There's no real reason to leave the one troop here. Yes! We actually arrived on time to be staying on the defensive, so... we're going to attack Coventry. Oop. We're going to pop into here. Boop. That's kind of a weird path, but that's fine. Okay, so we're popping into London. From here, we can kind of split this army in half and send the useful half. Over here. So we basically got the 11,000 here, and they're sitting on a fortress, which means that I can actually just finish sieging down all the rest of this crap, which will prevent them from reinforcing that army. And if they can't reinforce that army, then once I finish all this, I leave one soldier here, and then send all of my troops to take Montgomery back, and then we're set. So carpet siege strats are always the best strats. Carpet siege is the best siege. There we go. So everybody's going to go to Oxford to meet up there. Meanwhile, we're just going to keep sieging this down until... And if you see over here, our vassals are basically wiping out all the armies that are interfering with us over here. This is the advantage of putting things on aggressive. And these guys are actually going to take a long time to get to Oxford. So this had better not tick or I'm going to be very annoyed with myself. Okay, I need to drop the speed a bit. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't tick, because if it ticks, I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to arrive on the 10th. We're not going to arrive before this ticks, so... Luckily, it didn't tick badly. It ticked... It did not tick over. That's the important bit. So, they are now retreating, and we are all set. So the navigator's gone, so no more navigator for us. And we can get naval ambitions. You know, what a coincidence on timing that the navigator died right as we get the ability to start sending people over here. 399, huh? Oh, we got this. Okay, so we can send someone here. Can we send someone here? No. So we're just going to send someone to St. Kitts. No, Guadalupe, let's do it. So we're sending a colonist, and we are officially... Well, maybe not quite officially. We're close to being officially in the colonialism game. So Northumberland is sending troops there, and we can pop over to London again. I don't know what this army is going to do. This army here, they're going to Hampshire. Do I want to chase them down? Yes, I do. I'm just going to chase these guys down and deal with them first. I don't see any reason to allow them to get their territory back when I could just chase them down and wipe their army. This is coastline, so there's not a penalty or benefit to being here. It just exists. And we have way more morale than they do. They're not bankrupt anymore, so they're not like completely helpless. Why can't I detach siege? Okay, so Explorer is ready to explore. So we can explore the Caribbean, I guess. And we're actually going to win that fight. And we can actually get an additional colonist. Are we going to get the additional colonist? Yes. Yes, we are. We're going to take the colonist. It's fine. It's not like we needed that stuff over there. So the Caribbean is like the best territory for like colonizing. I don't think any of the other American provinces come close to what the Caribbean is worth. The Duke of Burgundy just died. That improves the power of France considerably, and they're now neutral to us again. So Castile has announced us his arrival. Our military tech is going to go up again. So I want to just attach these guys. I'm going to do it. Why not? Oh, right. You can get to Sussex. I forgot about that. Right. I think we're just going to, like, have these guys follow them around, but mostly we're just going to sit on London. Taking London is going to basically win the war for us. And I don't know how much territory we're going to take for ourselves versus giving to Northumberland. Giving more territory to Northumberland is dangerous. They do have a lot of development. They don't have that much. They only have 62. And I now have the ability to start annexing the other folks, now that I think about it. This is an army of 10,000 troops. And there is a substantial army on the opposing side. I don't like that. Okay. Okay, they are actually going to dive that army, strangely enough. That's a weird choice. I don't want to lift the siege to go help. So this is going to go reasonably evenly right up until it turns completely south. So we're just going to leave this and see what happens. They're kind of wandering around now. What I should have done was when I saw that they were going aggressively somewhere, I should have just told these guys to form up. Because you can just tell them, okay, now I want you all to attach, and then they'd all just jump over here and attach. But that's fine. We took the Siege of London. That means we can pop into Sussex, which will hopefully arrive. We didn't arrive before those guys got there. That's too bad. And now, since we have control of London, one of the things that we could do is we could actually have them transfer trade power. And that's not terribly. Okay, so this is the first point where anyone outside of here gives a crap. And do we need... We don't need any of this stuff. So I think that would actually complete our mission for us if we took all of this. So let's take a look and confirm. So invade England is literally just taking all of this. Huh. So if we just take this and we get transfer trade power, it costs 166 to core everything, and nobody gives a crap. So we're going to do this. We're obviously going to not do it yet. We need to first pop over here, and that is going to scare these guys away, which is actually going to isolate their armies. So the two armies are now isolated away from each other, and we can just pop over here to take this army out without the other army helping. And that is a lot of... Ooh. Well now, so that is the end of their army, and they're not going to be able to rebuild it because I now have London, so no matter where they try to build it, I can chase them to the ends of the earth. So we're going to be able to take this army out, hypothetically. Okay, and we actually wiped them too. Alright. So they have 3,000 troops over here. We're going to pop in and grab them. Here we're doing. So we are a little bit low on manpower. But we should be set. I think that we can get enough war score just out of attacking their English territories. I don't think that we need to go after their allies to get control, because I would guess that once they're completely carpet sieged here, they're going to be willing to just basically give up. This will be over 70% war score. And they'll have 0 army. So with 0 army, that helps as well. And let's take a look. They're now willing to do it. So I don't think we're going to be able to get them to do too much more than this. I'm pretty sure we can't get them to pay war reparations. That'll start costing an exorbitant amount. But with them transferring trade power, we should be able to get some good business done. And we are set. So that's all we're going to do for now. We have a coalition of 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is only 4 nations. We have a truce with all of them except for Provence. I don't know why Provence cares particularly, but that's fine. It's a little weird for Provence to be the only one on the list. But here we go. we have done this. We can now start coring all of this stuff. And we are in good shape. We have fulfilled the mission to invade England, and we now have a permanent claim on all of this stuff. Not all of this stuff. We don't have a claim over here for some reason. Weirdly enough, we do not actually have a claim on these 3 provinces. Interesting. I guess these provinces must be from the Scottish stuff, maybe? The Scottish missions? Oh, at any rate, we're going to accumulate all of our troops together somewhere around here. How is our stuff? The Scottish rebels exist, and they are actually quite troublesome in Lothian. So I don't know where they came from. I don't know why there was so much going on there, but that's fine. We can now fabricate a claim on Aberdeen. And we just need to get a claim on Shetland, and we'll be done with them. And we can't core you yet, so... Alright, there we go. Now, this is a very nasty situation, so we are going to immediately do this. Because the goal is to prevent them from ticking up to a high enough percentage to cause problems for us before we end up having stuff go on. We now have the ability to set more people as rivals. We can go ahead and set Castile as a rival, and we are going to be going after Portugal eventually, so we're going to set Portugal as a rival as well. Now, we have 15% of the trade value in the English Channel node, so I think we're going to start collecting from here with our other merchant. So we're going to collect in both. I think that it's better to do that than to transfer to that one. But that 15% is basically just half of what England has. I don't think we get any penalty to our trade power from the fact that we are collecting somewhere else. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Tesla. I usually do, but I was inattentive. So, God, it's been 13 minutes. Whoops. No, it hasn't been. Oh, it's been like 16 minutes. But yeah, sorry about that, Tesla. No, the way that I did it was basically, well, in this one I actually got an alliance offer from England early on. So basically allied with England, and then I took over all of Ireland, and then I took part of... Did I take part of Scotland? No, I hadn't attacked Scotland yet when I ended my treaty with England. England basically got greedy in the territories over here, and basically just 1,000 people attacked them over there, which led to me breaking my alliance with them and then being able to just attack them. It was actually really easy to deal with it. This attempt has been very, very simple because England did not actually take any territory from Scotland off the bat because they were too busy with their wars with France. And basically by the time England recovered from its civil wars and the situation with France, I had already consolidated all of Ireland and was ready to just go after them. And so once they were in all these wars over here, it's just like, okay, well, I'm just peacing out with you. But generally, England isn't that hard to deal with as long as they don't go completely crazy on you right off the bat. Because typically they'll try to get vassals over here. And while they're trying to accumulate vassals, what you can do is you can use alliance chains to basically, so like as an example here, Tyrone was in the process of being vassalized by England. So what I did was, because Tyrone was allied with another Irish minor before they allied with England, they were still allied to that other minor. So by attacking the other minor, I'm able to annex Tyrone and it doesn't call England into the war, right? Because you don't set them as a co-belligerent. So that gives you more aggressive expansion, but the aggressive expansion doesn't actually matter, because by the time you get enough aggressive expansion to cause a coalition to form, there aren't 4 nations that care, because all of the nations have been taken out by your aggressive expansion. So that's the basic gist of the strat there. It's just expand so fast that they don't have much option. Because by 1452, I had consolidated Ireland. It was actually very fast this time. And how quickly you can do it depends on, a variety of factors. Send an emissary to the Pope. And you know, 15% liberty desire, huh? That's basically nothing. And minus 50 to opinion, which matters because it would prevent me from starting the annexation process. But I might be able to just start the annexation process now, because I'd forgotten that I wanted to do this. I can just start annexing them now, and then say, you know what, guns do need stuff to fire them. And it turns out it didn't matter. I still have 200, so we're fine. So we're just going to annex Sligo. That'll give us 7 more barks, and we can take a look over here. 7 more barks is going to put us over our naval force limit. I like base production. So we're going to send you to explore the Caribbean, I guess. And once we finish one of these, we will be able to go wherever we want in the area. So we'll be able to easily get to here, and we'll be all set. So England isn't going to be a colonizer this game, as you can see. And that's good. We do still need to deal with both Castile and Portugal, though. So, do I want... Yes, it's actually 3:07, so I'm actually going to end things here for today, because England is mostly dealt with, Scotland's mostly dealt with. We're just waiting on the peace treaties with them, and the aggressive expansion is going to wear off, apace, right? Like, this is... they're pissed off, but 2.6 yearly. By the time that goes, we can basically just annex Scotland without them caring, because they're too far away to care. And then England is 12 years. So my thinking is that we won't be able to probably annex England, but we'll be able to maybe eat London. And if we can take just London on its own, then that's going to be a significant enough benefit, because this is 33.6 trade power, and that's pretty crazy. So we will be, at some point, dealing with the Isles. What? They don't want to join us because they're outraged with us? What? So at some point, this might be someone that I just vassalize, depending on how long it takes before I remember that the Isles haven't been annexed, or it might do other stuff. But that is going to be it for today. Next time we will be trying to finish up Luck of the Irish by taking the rest of this territory. And then once we've got the Luck of the Irish done, we will start focusing on getting aggressive with Portugal and Castile. Once we have a strong enough navy, we should be able to basically just go in and do whatever we want to them, right? We can basically, once we get the naval superiority over the pair of them, that's the point where things start getting really crazy. And if we can ally France at some point, which if they become friendly again, we can do, but they aren't friendly anymore. I don't know why they went friendly and then stopped being friendly, but it's fine. We're both rivals with Castile, so let's see. Yeah, we'll see it if at some point they become friendly. If not, then that's fine too. But that's it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure streaming for you today, and I hope to see y'all again next time. Later, folks.